Ladies and gentlemen, my Blissey, because Blissies are just kind of the universal code for experience in Pokemon, and have been for a very long time. Before we go any further, I'm going to hit this button again, because I want to share something. So I'm about to share a bit of a song, which comes from it's a YouTuber called Juno Songs, apparently. And they have done several, it's something you've probably seen before. It's one of those formats where they take an existing song and they add lyrics to it, and they sing to it, right? The man on the internet does the same concept. But there's a specific reason I'm sharing this, okay? So if on the off chance you're here and you do not want to be spoiled on the Pokemon Violet plot, which at this point we're already past, so we're cool. But just in case, if you don't want to be spoiled, this is your spoiler warning. Okay, so you're probably thinking, Lord, why are you sharing part of a song? Because I want to make a point. I'm not going to share the whole song, although it's a banger song. You should totally listen to it. But I want to share this part because one of the concepts that has been brought up many times is that the Pokemon games could or should have voice acting. And for evidence of that, I'm going to play one particular part of the song which has voice acting and how much that voice acting adds to the scene. You ready?
An obstacle is preventing the time machine from working as intended. Activating Paradise Protection Protocol to remove the offending obstacle.
Was keeping the time machine running truly all the professor cared about?
Locking all Pokeballs not registered to Judo's ID.
Wait, what?
Program initialized. Gathering terrestrial energy.
I'm sorry, children. This is too much for you. You must run.
AI Tutor disabled. Paradise Protection Protocol initialized.
You are not getting in my way. I shall make this paradise younger.
So then it gets into the song, but like that whole sequence right there is fantastic. Like that was already an amazing scene, which I've given multiple positives to. But the voice acting, the guy did such a great job of leaning into that. If I could just play that one more time for just a second, the AI's horror. Listen to this.
Program initialized. Gathering terrestrial energy.
I'm sorry, children. This is too much for you. You must run.
And that just sounds... Because remember, in the moment, what's happening is the real professor is going to murder them. Is actively attacking with intent to kill. Which is in freaking Pokemon. So that's the AI talking. And then we hear the original professor...
Paradise Protection Protocol initialized.
You are not getting in my way.
The way he just screams that as the original professor talks through him there is just... Damn, dude! That is fantastic. I just wanted to share that to emphasize how good scenes, already good scenes, could be so much better. And just for the plugging purposes, here's the whole song if anybody wants to listen to it at some point in time, because it's a banger. Anyways, so the next thing I want to talk about is how we're almost done with the Pokedex. So I have a small wish list left for anybody who has Scarlet. It's all Scarlet exclusives at this point, and I'm going to e-beg for the first time in my career. If for anybody who has a version of Scarlet who would be willing to help get me these two Pokemon, or even just trade them and then trade back just so I get the register. Okay, there's my e-begging. But the other thing I'm going to do is I start pulling out these things. It's good. They're not ominous. Don't be silly. There's no disaster coming. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. You worry too much. Here we go. So I've got the map up here. I thought I... Whoops. Listen, stakes are cool, okay? Let's do this one first, because I happen to know that I think I only need one more for this one. Yeah, one more. And I even know where it is. It's okay, Morganite. You can tell me I suck. I accept. Okay, so nothing happened. I was sort of expecting something to happen. Oh, that's not the last one? Which one am I missing? Well, shoot. Okay, so I know I got that one. I know I got that one. I know I got that one. I thought I had this one. Hey, Linnea Ruth. It should have been the last one. I don't know which one I'm missing. I guess we'll just go through all of them now, because I don't know which one I'm missing. So, okay, let's go here. Hi, Dream Whisperer. I mean, most of these are in places which you pretty much cannot reach without having the climb ability, so... Shrug. Oh, okay. This is the last one, then. I must have missed this one. This has to be the last one, because I swear I've gotten all the rest of these. There we go. Okay, so that's less purple. Also, I don't want to continuously sound like I'm defending Nintendo, but Nintendo is not the group that would be in charge of telling them to hold back on having awesome voice acting for epic scenes. Which makes sense, because they've had some awesome voice acting in epic scenes several times. No, that would be... the Pokemon Company would be the group who would be in charge of telling them to not do that. So what am I missing for yellow? It's gotta be like this one. I know I got that one. I know I got that one. And I just got that one. Are these also yellow? Nope, those are green. What am I missing for yellow? What am I missing for yellow? Nah, you missed it, Act. I've already made my point. Go watch the VOD. Go watch the VOD. No, the reason I bring that up, Chill Penguin, is I think that's actually a worse result. I heap a lot of scorn on the Pokemon Company, and that's because they freaking deserve it. They're the most candy-ass company of the major gaming companies out there, I swear to God. They're not, like, horrifically, overtly evil like some gaming companies. They're just, like, assholes, you know? They're just... Like, whatever you're picturing in your head when you think of play it safe, don't do anything new or interesting or fun, that's the Pokemon Company. And doing literally everything in their power to curtail the games to make them as worse as possible. Like, it's... Japanese culture has this thing where you're not supposed to speak ill of the boss. So the fact that so many developers over the years have spoken so ill of the Pokemon Company says a lot. There's this image that is painted of the developers constantly pushing back and, like, trying everything in their power to still do their jobs, while the Pokemon Company is doing everything in their power to prevent them from doing their jobs. Like, just imagine for a moment, or remember, for those of you who've actually experienced this, because I have. being as part of a company, and you're like, okay, I need to do this to get this thing working. This is the project I need to work on. And your boss is like, well, listen. And they've got some bull crap. And it doesn't even matter what it is, right? It's just some bull crap. Hang on. If you fix that, will we be able to keep, like, billing the company for it? Is that something we really want to be doing? You gotta think about it long term. Perspective here. Okay, you gotta really keep this in mind. Aha! There's a cave. From a nearby... What? Ah. This has got to be the yellow I'm missing. I know the camera's blipping, and I don't know what to do about it. Although, actually, we are on the wrong camera. Let me switch back over here. I'm not sure why we're on the wrong camera. We should be on this camera. It's been very strange, and I have absolutely run into a wall in trying to diagnose it. Nobody apparently in the world has the same issue as I have. Because it is interaction with certain software that is doing it. Which, logically shouldn't have anything to do with anything, but that is what's doing it. Like, for example, if I'm in a Discord call right now, periodically my webcam will just completely glitch out. And my mic will stop working when I'm sharing my screen. And absolutely nothing has been helping me figure out anything on that. And it's been very frustrating. And yeah, this is a recent problem, too. And yeah, Discord has been on its way out. We need Discord 3 or 8 or 15 or whatever to come out. In other words, we need, the next Skype to come out as quickly as possible because, god damn, Discord's just getting worse. Not only that, I even tried Discord Canary. That didn't do anything. Okay, so there's yellow. Look, event allowed me to share a video. So I'll start doing green. Is that green? Nope, that's blue. So we'll do green. Discord has been a great experience. It's a shame they decided to try and start making money. No, seriously, that's I hate to once again sound like I'm just anti-money, but that is the problem. What's really frustrating too, I actually pay for Discord. As a thank you / support thing. There's no benefit. I get no benefit from supporting Discord. But I do it anyways because it's been so useful for so many years. I've already gotten this one. I do not see it. Next. My hand throws Pokeballs on its own. Oh no. Like, honestly, sincerely, if they went back to, say, about a year ago's Discord build, the one that actually worked well, but in exchange for that, I had to, like, buy and pay for the server, I'd do that in a heartbeat. Without hesitation. Like, I mean, that's fair, right? I'm paying for the chat server that is being maintained for my show. Done. Pretty sure I got this one, because it would be right here. Yeah, exactly, Mook. Like, just paying for, like, a professional Discord server or whatever, which, you know, isn't Garbo. Maybe I shouldn't say Garbo, because it's just been really pissing me off lately. But, again, Discord has been doing that tiny thing where tiny little things get worse. Bit by bit by bit, you know? Yeah, it's weird, Dream Whisperer, that in the modern age, it sounds awkward or weird or unusual to suggest that I pay for a service. Because if you noticed, a lot of business models don't lean in that direction anymore. In most industries. Maybe I shouldn't say most. In several industries. Like ad revenue, or selling sales data, or farming for clicks, or pushing engagement, or whatever. No, 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 no. Just let me pay for the service. I mean, hell's bells. The copy of Corel I use to this day, I bought years and years and years ago. For about $400, it's worth noting. But that was an expense. It was a one-time expense I have never regretted, and have gotten actual years of use out of. For a really good, high-quality product that I use constantly. Like, duh. Or I could subscribe to Adobe to use Photoshop. It's okay, I just need to get on this bicycle. I remember when you could purchase Photoshop. I even considered it. I decided against it because I already had Corel at that point. I bought it a long time ago. In fact, I imagine you can't even buy Corel anymore. I bet it's gone the same route all the others have. Yeah, by the way, I noticed that the anniversary is a thing again. I don't even blame the anniversary for not adding new stuff. I mean, it added the one new outfit. Corel. Like, honestly, as a manager, I would have done the same thing. It's like, okay, just turn on the anniversary event from last year. And we're good. Like, these people are already overworked and understaffed, excuse me, and need more QA, not less. Let's not add to their workload. They're currently trying to get housing working. Well, the good news, Linarith, is because WhatsApp is actually owned by Facebook, the answer to that is probably 100% of your messages are being fed into LLMs at some point or another down the line. Yes, I've seen what's going on with RAM. I think the new outfit looks horrible. I'm still gonna get it. Because you never know when, like, pieces of an outfit might be useful down the line. But... I'm amused at how many of these I found in just normal play. It wasn't a lot. It's like 5 or 6, but still. I did actually find a decent chunk. Well, a chunk. A microscopic chunk, really. Almost positive I already got this one, and I don't even see it, so yeah, I did, okay. Yeah, did you see that I forget his name is divesting himself of AI stock, by the way? Thiel, I think. It's one of the billionaires. There's so many of them. Yeah, the Dracula-looking dude who was totally in the Epstein files. He's also a pretty horrible person, like, regardless of everything else. But yeah, the point is, if a billionaire starts divesting themselves, then, yeah, no, that bubble's on its way out. I sure hope so, Act. At this point, if they don't, I would not be surprised if someone tries to leak it, and then someone tries to, like, go after them for treason or whatever. Listen, hang on, Linear. That's too many words. Could you summarize that for me, please? I'm sorry. Please don't kill me, Linear. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, Trump, at this point in my life, I'm convinced that other than, you know, his own massive insecurities and giant raging narcissism, I don't think he has a position. I've actually talked about this before. I don't think he has any kind of ideology or care or anything. Which makes sense, because ignore his political career for a second. If you just look at his, you know, career, all he cares about is himself. Yeah, there's no core there. There's no identity. He'll say whatever he needs to. He is a pathologic liar. As in, he has trouble telling the truth. Again, this is ignoring his political career. Well before he ever became any kind of person running for anything, all of these were established traits. Dude has trouble telling the truth and does not care about anything other than himself. Of course he doesn't have any positions. I do not think he has a personality either, no. Nothing to speak of, anyways. Or, if I could phrase this differently, please don't take offense to this, Mr. Ed. He would take your character, whose name I've already forgotten, and he would actually think that's the greatest thing. Worse, he would get butthurt when people don't agree with him about it. Well, I've had this theory for a while that most of the people who follow these kind of things do so because it allows them to do what they already want to do. It's the excuse, right? We actually have evidence of this with Hitler, who had a hell of a cult of personality. No, Mr. Red. Pink hair. I don't remember his name. Don't ask me. I didn't retain it. I'm sorry. That's it. Destruct the Thrax the Detonator. Thank you. Yeah, he would look at that and then think unironically and unjokingly that that's just the best thing ever. But no. Sorry, to finish my sentence. We know this. This actually did happen with Hitler, where a lot of people went along with it because it allowed them to do what they already wanted to do. It was an excuse. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to wrestle with your conscience. You don't have to deal with all that pesky morality or people telling you it's wrong. Just do it. My own mother used that line, Morganite. And I went out of my way, foolishly, thinking she would actually listen to me, to educate her on how absolutely terrible of a businessman he was. Three down. I was going to share a topic on camera, but I forgot what it was. Hey, Evo, do you remember what it was? It's gone now. And this is like the perfect time. I'm just roaming around, doing stuff. Of course she didn't listen. Why would my mother ever listen to me? She's older than me. She knows better than me. Clearly. Hi, push-ups. I mean, that's what polemic means. And I'm sorry. Well, there are legitimately polemic political topics, which you'll notice I've been trying to drift away from, especially lately. Trump is not one of those. Trump's a loser. Looks like I'm heading over here. Right. If they do, they know how to recuse themselves, Act. I mean, lol, Mr. Red. What was the topic I was to discuss? Because it was about... Oh, it was about the philosophy involved. So, someone I know who is amazing and wonderful and kind and incredible. There we go. Is working on a game. And Witcher 3 came up. Because for those of you who haven't played, this is a very, very minor spoiler. Which I don't actually consider to be a spoiler, which is why I'm just going to go ahead and say, in Witcher 3, there's this thing where certain choices you make throughout the game decide your ending. Now, this actually came up recently, excuse me, because of Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, which, if you remember, had the same general concept. Things you would decide, choices you made, dialogue options you picked throughout the course of the game decided your ending, with basically no real indicator that they did so, right? Now, I had the vague idea in the back of my mind of the validity of trying to have a morphic ending based on player choices, but the problem there is that would rely on those choices being player choices. So, to go back to VTMB2 for just a second, the real issue of VTMB2 is that nothing indicated those were choices. It was you chatting with someone. And especially in a game, a setting, an IP like Vampire the Masquerade, lying is a thing that is normal. Right? Like the player, we talked about this, should have the ability to lie. But it automatically presumes that what you say in a casual conversation is the absolute truth of what the character actually thinks. Now, not to overpraise, but there's another game, there it is, Planescape Torment, which actually allowed you to have a dialogue option which would say, truth, such and such, and then lie, such and such, like the exact same text, but you, as a part of the choice, could decide, is this something my character means, Or is this something my character is lying about? Which was a cool concept, and could make that kind of concept work. Because the problem here is morphing a ending around your choices would have to be done very, very carefully. Or else you're going to run into the VTMB2 problem and the Witcher 3 problem, where it's just like, how did I get that ending? I tend to be very big on indicators, like, hey, this is a major choice, Wong, kind of a thing. There's also something to be said for... excuse me. There's something to be said for... Agreed, Eva. Not by much, but agreed. There's something to be said for having the choice to just do whatever right at the end, which is actually kind of normal, right? So regardless of everything you do and everything you choose all the way throughout there, right at the end, it's like, okay, pick, right? The problem with that, is that could be screwed up too. And I actually have a specific version of that as well, which is Deus Ex Human Revolution. Because Human Revolution, God damn it, just die. Just die. The problem with Deus Ex Human Revolution was that, first of all, it's the ending Otron 3000. Which is the first problem. But the second problem with it was that, yeah, it's barely an RPG. The choices, like, nothing... It didn't work. It didn't earn it. It was literally just it was literally pull a lever at the end of the game in order to decide which ending you get. Yeah, it was literally 3 buttons. Sorry, it wasn't a lever. Excuse me. It was 3 buttons you press. Excuse me. So it's not like either of these are the correct choice objectively, because you could screw it up regardless. That's what I'm trying to get across. But I agree with Dakota overall point, which is what I was trying to lead towards. If you're going to have a dynamic ending, which just takes into account your choices throughout the course of the game, or your decisions throughout the game, or your playstyle throughout the course of the game, then you need to do it properly. You need to actually put some time and effort and thought and think about it in order to try and figure out what kind of stuff the player's doing. And then, acknowledge that. For example, rather than just having a thing for how many people you kill, Dishonored 1 says hello, maybe make it so that the methods of killing you use, or the types of missions you do, or the ways you resolve certain missions, could turn an invisible meter in the background from A to B to C, right? Basically building up points towards certain types of outcomes in the background based on what you're doing, right? But that would be, of course, a lot of work. It's no wonder people don't want to do that. Where am I? So, Detroit Become Human. I know, right? It's quite Detroit Become Human had a legitimately branching narrative, which is great. It was a choose-your-own-adventure. And I will give that game credit for it. It's one of the very few non-text versions of a choose-your-own-adventure in gaming. In modern gaming, I should say. I've seen the branching path tree of that game. It's not insubstantial. But that's a little bit different than what I'm talking about, because that's not about endings. That's just about, playing the game. Although, there were a couple of choices in that game which would affect your ending, which nothing indicated. Again. And that game is even worse, because there's no saves in Detroit Become Human. So, if you get the ending you didn't want, it sucks to be you, go replay the entire game. Where's that? That's another thing, by the way. If you're going to have those kind of options, allow the player to save the frickin' game. Yeah, exactly, Jim Sir. So, actually, now that you bring it up, Act, I think Detroit Become Human is yet another example of a developer screwing up the you make choices throughout the course of the game that changes your ending kind of a thing. Because it does the same thing Witcher 3 and VTMB2 did, and arguably is worse than either. Perhaps ironically, amusingly? We'll go with amusingly. I think the best way to deal with this kind of thing is to not have multiple endings, which I know sounds strange. Multiple endings, freaking Invisible War. Multiple endings is just kind of an anti-feature at this point in time for a lot of RPGs. But, you know, honestly, if you're not capable or willing, or both, to do it properly, maybe don't do it at all. Maybe just walk away from that. Now, you mentioned Rogue Trader earlier, Mook. I obviously have not played Roth or Rogue, so I can't speak to either of those. Admittedly, I've actually never played Invisible. I clown on it because it's popular to do, so I have no investment there. I think I tried to get Invisible War running and failed, because I remember distinctly making an effort at one point. Well, Cyberpunk was an interesting one. Because Cyberpunk, your actions could unlock options, and then you got the options at the end. So it was actually kind of a mix and match of what we just talked about, the two methods. Also, I agree with Act. This is not a particularly good quest arc. Especially since this is just to grab 4 Pokemon. Which I'm so looking forward to capturing 4 legendaries. This is going to be great. I'm sure their capture rate is very high. And definitely not total bullcrap. What the hell is this that I'm climbing on? Let's see, where am I going? This way. Up there it is. I see it right there. Like, how are you supposed to find these without a map, by the way? Like, how are you supposed to find this one right here? I know you can climb everything, but, like, look at how many hills and walls and cliffs there are around here. Look at all the mountains. How are you supposed to find all this crap? Yeah, by dicking around everywhere. Exactly. No, I'm going to give this a negative. This is a scavenger hunt from hell. This is not great. I do like that it tells you that they exist. I do like that it tells you how many you need. I do like that it has a warp to the finish spot. So it's only one negative. But, like, I'm sorry, getting these spikes is silly. And even with a map, this is still time-consuming. This is all I've been doing. I've been doing this for 40 minutes. This is all I've been doing. Yeah, this is also a gigantic map. That's another relevant factoid there. Yeah, honestly, make it 4. So one thing I noticed they do, they render at a pretty far distance, which is nice. But the problem is they only render if you've got direct line of sight to them. So maybe make it so that they have, like, you know how the terastallizing Pokemon have, like, a beam coming up from them? Maybe do something similar to that. Maybe not as big, maybe not as visible from as far of a distance. But do something similar where you can actually see a beam just in a distance. And you're like, hey, there's a beam over there. I should explore in that direction, right? And if you really want to be a dick about it, maybe even make it so that the beam, like, kind of goes away as you get closer, so you have to, like, narrow it down manually. But give the player some idea. So that's another thing. I assumed, based on earlier stuff, that yellow pickups were good pickups and red pickups were bad pickups, or like random pickups. No. No. So yellow pickups, I don't know what the difference is, because there are red pickups that are static pickups and are good things. And then there's red pickups that are just trash. No, they're not all yet random. It's just some of the yellow are static. Or I think all of the yellow are static, and some of the red are static, which is just very confusing. Okay, apparently yellow means TM. So, to answer the question in simplicity, no, nothing indicates which pickups are worth your time. The fact that static drops and random drops both look exactly the same is not great either. You know, that's actually another thing you could do. That's actually a good idea, Blade Jamal. Maybe make it so that there's an explore mechanic, right? So you fill out the map, and once you fill out a particular province, it's like, hey, there's a thing over here. I can even name a game that does something similar. Metroid Dread. If you remember, Metroid Dread had a thing where once you've gotten the map, there will be like a highlighted part of a section that says there's an item here. It doesn't tell you where the item is, it just says there's an item here. It gives you someplace to go look for. That's why I get so frustrated. Because every time I bring up these issues, someone's like, yeah, I don't want my hand to be held. I just want to smack those people across the face until they bleed to death. Because this is about guidance, not hand-holding. Having a game where there's nothing anywhere that indicates where anything anywhere is not good game design. There are ways, plenty, dozens, if not hundreds of ways that games have come up with over decades of game design to incline the player towards exploring certain things, to give them directions, to tell them that the puzzle even exists at all to be solved, without being like, okay, so come over here. Now click A 3 times here. Okay, no, hold on. Nope, you're roaming. Come back. Nope, come back. We have good guidance. We have many games that do this. God damn it. You're right. Why bother have good game design? Wikis exist. Who gives a crap? Anyway, sorry. I'm getting ranty. I shouldn't. I'm not actually ranty at this game. It's just... It's a topic that pisses me off. I have had idiots, and I'm going to say that way, try to defend bad games over the years by saying, well, I just appreciate that it doesn't hold my hand. By not telling me anything, not showing me anything, and not indicating anything. I am going to give one negative, just one, for this. This could actually be worse. This could be a lot worse. But this is still, if nothing else, this is padding, right? Oh god, Zelda 1 walls. Just run against every single wall in the game, because nothing indicates at all which ones are walls that you can walk through. Hang on, Evo asked a question. It kind of got swallowed there by chat. Let me pull that up here. Let's see. Evo says, Dear Lore, why are you secretly the devil? Yeah, true. If this was pure MSQ, I would be much less happy with this. Oh my god, Evo. How dare you cause... Everyone, Evo caused World War II. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Evo, to oust you on this. I know it was all you. Evo personally attacked Pearl Harbor by herself with a box of scraps. No, I'm Hitler, but Evo, she caused everything. She was my muse. Oh, sorry, I need air. Oh my god, it's so hot in here. I think it's just me. I think I'm just running a fever. But... So that's sort of my point, Cycloud, is I like exploring and finding stuff. I do, but I also like not having to look it up on a wiki. I could go into more detail. I could use examples, but honestly, I think that's the summary, right? You want your AI summary? Here it is. Don't make me go look up a frickin' wiki to play your game. Do you know why the era of the game facts was such a boon to so many gamers? It's because games sucked. Okay. You ever tried 100% Super Metroid without a map? So Evo says, what do you think about an approach where your choices throughout the game decide what set of choices you get at the end? You get to choose, but what choices depend on the result. So I actually just mentioned that, believe it or not. Because Cyberpunk does that. But no, I think that's a valid approach. I think, once again, as always, it's going to come down to execution. But as long as it's not... This is going to sound strange. As long as it's not just some dialogue option in some random conversation with some person, I think that's perfectly fine. If you make it... Okay. You have the decision to rescue the civilians, but cost you the loyalty of your merc, versus kill the evil guy who's going to kill other people and gain the loyalty of your merc, right? That's a decision, right? That's not a... One of the things that irritated me so much about VTMB2 is it was just random conversation bits. It wasn't even like the penultimate or the ultimate dialogue in a specific conversation. It was just, so what are you thinking, Evo? You thinking you might stick around a bit? And you could say, yeah, I could see myself sticking around a bit. I'm like, okay, that's good to hear. So then for the next question, and then they just keep going, right? It wasn't even like a dialogue choice in any real sense of the word. It was part of a rando conversation with a dude you may or may not have any investment in being honest with. Now, to use VTMB2 as an example, not that there are any choices in that game, but if there were, right? If there was a choice to deliberately bring down a specific vampire who had violated the masquerade, or to let them go free and try to hide them from the group, I can't think of, the Camarilla, right? That's a choice at that point. That's the player going out of their way and actively deciding, okay, this is the decision I am making to decide how this quest arc goes. That is a perfectly acceptable thing to keep ready of, or to keep in mind, right? To log in the background. The player chose to go against the Camarilla here, right? That I'm with. And then when you get to the end, some of the options you get are available based on how you actually decided to play the game. Now, what am I missing? What am I missing? Did I finish? I wasn't even paying attention. I am so stupid. Where's Lechonk? Oh, God. Now, okay, so speaking of a way to do that badly, Mass Effect 3. Now, for those of you who don't remember, because at this point Mass Effect 3 is basically an archaic title. God, that game came out over 10 years ago now. I think it's a classic now. Anyways, in Mass Effect 3, again, for those of you who weren't there for it, the way it worked was you could do multiplayer maps. What the hell? And those multiplayer missions were very, very fun, but they also affected your galactic readiness rating. And that readiness would then directly have an impact on which kind of endings you could pick at the very end. Let me say that again, in case you missed that, and in case you're not already familiar with what I'm talking about. Doing multiplayer maps would change your percentage on the galactic map. It would also drift down over time, so you had to, like, maintain it. And then once you were at a certain level, that would actually enable you to choose different endings at the end. It is exactly as stupid as it sounds. Now, I didn't really have that issue walking into the game because I loved the multiplayer maps and I did them all the time because I wanted to. Because they were fun. But that was still bullcrap. Is this rain affecting my ability to climb? It better not be. Okay, it looks like it isn't. I'm just having issues with the angles. I'm guessing not, because based on how you said that, it sounds like something should have happened later on, and nothing's happened. Unless you mean like up there? I was just up there. If you don't have the internet, sucks to be you. Don't want to do multiplayer? Sucks to be you. Go engage in our mechanic. Oh god, yeah, I forgot about this stupid mobile thing. I actually forgot about that. Yeah, you okay, so I'm missing 1 plus blue. What am I missing for blue? Hang on. Let's go up here. I don't remember either. I didn't actually have a smartphone back then. But yes, you could not pick green, the best ending. If you didn't do readiness. I think you were limited to... It was like red and... I think it was possible to get to blue without readiness. But it was only if you did, like, everything right. Because there's also quests you do in-game which boil down to giving you war score. Which, let me just say really quick, once again, is not inherently a bad idea. But god, what a terrible implementation of it. Especially because the numbers were so arbitrary. Like, in several cases, getting a reporter was worth more war score than getting a warship on your squad. Right? Like, it was just silly the way they did it. Like, there's actually some real validity to doing stuff to increase your overall war score as a way to progress. There's logic behind that. Ooh, nice. One of the 10. Ah! Listen, he's covered wars, Mr. Red. Now, in the interest of total honesty and fairness, I should probably mention they patched that crap out pretty early, actually. It was one of the earlier patches they did for Mass Effect 3. This is a hell of a view up here. Look at this. And so later on, the only thing it affected was whether or not you would get the Shepard Lives ending or not. Spoilers. But god, talk about a terrible way to implement that concept. Yeah, they also made it absurdly easy to access everything. Which, ironically, was also bad for completely different reasons. Because at that point, the war score was meaningless. There was no point to it. I mean, sure, you could still do the content, but, like... It made all of the side stuff not worth doing all of a sudden. Because you got nothing for doing so. Alright, I'm missing a blue. How am I missing a blue? What am I missing? I just got that one. I know I got that one. I know I got that one. So it has to be one of these 4. They also no quest log. Because Mass Effect 3 was where game design went to die. There are things I like about Mass Effect 3, but goddamn. Now here's a funny thing, Mr. Red. What is the bad ending? I know I got this one. I know I got this one. Yeah, this is right here. And then there's... right here. What blue one am I missing? Okay, was anyone in chat paying attention during me getting these stupid spikes? Because I'm missing one, but I shouldn't be. Like, there's one right here, which I got. There's one right here outside the base, which I got. There's one right here, which I got. There's the one I'm standing at, which I got. There's the one right next to the cavern, which I got. There's one over here in the corner, which I got. And then there's one right here, which I got. And that's it. That's all the blues. Well, I also got this one, because that's the first one I got. That's it. That's all the blues. Okay, whatever. Let's just go back through all of them, because I apparently didn't pick up one of them, and I have no idea which. So whatever. Just go back through all of them. So I can't fully make my point without spoiling Mr. Red. But let me try to use an analogy, right? Let me use a non-spoiler way to explain this, okay? So assume for a moment that you're playing, oh god, what's a game Mr. Red knows? Kingsfield 4, sure. I don't know enough about the lore of that game to do this, but we're just going to make up lore. Here we go. Here we go. No. I'm making a specific point here, because this is another thing that some people probably have forgotten about how stupid this was. So let's say at the end of Kingsfield 4, the game's like, here's this terrible, terrible ending you could select. And you're like, oh my god, that's a terrible ending. And the game's like, yes. But don't worry, there's a second option. And you're like, what? Okay, what is it? And the second option is an equally terrible ending. Okay, so I clearly have gotten this one, because it's not here. Okay. Next. So. The second ending is equally bad. Like, both of these are horrifically bad endings. Like, okay. That's terrible. But then, because you did all the optional side stuff, you gain access to a super third ending. And the super third ending is so fantastic, because the super third ending is actually worse. Now, the reason I framed this way, and this is one of the biggest points I made constantly back when I was actually covering Mass Effect 3 on a regular basis, is that everything about the construction of the sequence, the cutscene, and the game itself tells you that Synthesis, the green ending, is the best ending. That's the golden ending. For those of you not aware, just really quick, the concept of a golden ending is a semi-common thing in video games, where you have to do a certain number of things in a certain number of way, oftentimes requiring a literal walkthrough to do so, or just, like, doing everything in a game, like 100%ing or whatever. And the golden ending is the best ending. It is the ending that you have earned, so that you don't have to make the horrible choices, and everybody gets to live, and everyone's happy and cool. Yeah, it's just shiny golden wire of hope ending. So everything about how Mass Effect 3 was constructed indicated that the green ending was that golden ending. So I am not the only player who, when I got there, was like, oh, thank God, I have earned the golden ending, because those other two endings sucked. And then you pick the golden ending, and it's arguably the worst of the three. God, what a disaster. That game. However many years later, it still blows me away how much of a disaster that game really was. Yeah, I'm not even talking about the quality of the endings themselves, which were all garbo trash. At least at launch. They were arguably worse later. Ah. No, just the presentation of it. It's okay. Mass Effect 5 will just... I mean, the most logical thing is they'll just pick the red ending, right? Like, it is the most likely outcome, that they're just going to say red is canon. The end. Hello, Zara. Yeah, red is the easiest to write for. Exactly. Okay, hang on. This is taking too long, and I thought I could find it before. I know, right? Refusal ending. Oh, God, that's a whole other ball of bull crap. The refusal ending was so just... Oh, my God. Refusal ending still makes me mad. So let's see Jesse's mask. Hayseed Knight, Ring Racers, and Super Mario Mod. And a thank you. Thank you, Jesse's mask. Always appreciate. I mean, you've heard my pitch several times. If I was going to do a sequel to Mass Effect 3, then I would make Red canon. And there's no more, like, major interstellar travel. I mean, they still have FTL, but they don't have the relays, right? That's it. Boom. Done. There you go. That's it. There's your answer. It's such an easy fix. And there's tons of stuff you could do with that. Yeah, you could literally make the entire story arc about making your own mass relay. To reconnect. Hell, it could even be a whole cluster, because again, they still have their basic FTL, right? Maybe the villain's the Gath. I don't know. I'm not even sure I care. As weird as that sounds. Yeah, we can make Death Stranding, but like actually good. Sorry. I've actually been told Death Stranding's actually a decent game. So. Death Stranding is actually vetoed. Okay. There. They're all done. Okay. I mean, it might be worth playing. I'm never touching that. Okay. So. We have our catcher. We have plenty of Pokeballs. Let's go get some more Pokeballs, just really quick. Just to be safe. Just to be safe. No, I do not, Mr. Red, and that's the problem. Supposedly, they are actually working on Mass Effect 5 right now. I say supposedly because, I mean, there's a lot of question marks around that. Not the least of which being EA is not exactly doing particularly well. The team was already chopped down to basically a skeleton crew after the release of Dragon Age 4. And then the Saudi Arabians just bought them. So, you know. We'll see. Would not hold my breath. Just debating who to bring as backup. We'll go ahead and bring... I don't know what types these are. I don't know anything, so we'll just bring our mainstays. Kedix Cal, Gigapudding. We'll get rid of Ross. He needs a break. Go ahead and bring in our Iron Hands. Why not? And Mook, I think. No, Sub-Zero. I think Gen 3 and 4 and 5 were the peak of visual design in Pokemon. And I don't think it's even come close to that good ever since. It's a fish! No! Well, let's go for Broke first. Just in case. I sincerely doubt it. Yeah, okay. No, Dream Whisperer. And I never will. I actually think the 3D sprites look pretty solid in Violet. They just don't compare to the actual sprites back in Gen 5. I'm sorry, the sprite work in Gen 5 was extremely good. It helps or hinders that I've noticed some of the more modern sprites look way better in 3D. For example, this looks terrible. Gallade looks actively bad. But Gallade goes back to what, Gen 4? But a lot of the newer ones look way better. Like the bird we just had out looks better. Well, even that fish is a good example. I gotta kill this thing in one shot if I wanted to, but I'm trying to capture you here. Don't make this hard. Excuse me. That would apply if they didn't do the 3D things earlier. But, so, okay. Back when X and Y came out, they still had the international decks. So, all the Pokemon got a 3D overhaul. And a lot of them kind of got a crude overhaul. And then they used those same models in X and Y, and then Sun and Moon. And then Sword and Shield, and then Arceus, and then Let's Go. So 5 games were made using the same models. This actual specific game, they sat down and went down and polished up the skeletons, the meshes, and the textures of every Pokemon in the game. Which, honestly, props to them. And like I said, quite a few of these new Pokemon models actually look pretty good. Including the one we've got here. Granted, this is a new one, but still. Like to use the immediate contrast again, look at the difference between the level of complexity of this guy and the texture and the bump mapping compared to the frickin' Gallade earlier. Whatever. Get your free hit in, jackass. Yeah, like, look at this. It looks plastic. And sometimes they do this kind of plastic sheen thing on purpose, but Gallade, his whole body looks plastic. So he just looks like a toy. Now land, please? Thank you. Exertonic Gardevoir looks better than this in this very game. Oh, come on. One turn? One turn of Hypnosis? Oh, jeez, that's such a dick move. Like, it's already a low chance to land. That wouldn't surprise me, Blade Ball. They had such a terrible job with the animations in this game, it wouldn't surprise me if that was towards the top of their list. So Hypnosis, it usually increases the chance by a solid 15 to 20%, depending. The specific math varies from game to game, but it's a huge jump in chance of catching. So now, we're going to do the timer ball, because we've been sitting here for well over 10 turns. Dick! And then he wakes up immediately. Yeah, Freeze actually gives the biggest boost by far. But I don't even know if I have I mean, I do have access to Freeze. I don't know what I have that gives Freeze. And it's probably not someone who can learn Fate Strike. it's called. False swipe. False swipe. Oh yeah, freeze usually comes with damage too, which... God damn it, come on! I actually got 2 rounds of sleep. Three rounds of sleep. Holy crap. I like the song. Hey! Okay, 1 down, 3 to go. No, I looked it up. It caps at 10 turns, Sub-Zero. In this gen. The envy accumulated within curved beads that sparked multiple conflicts has clad itself in fire and become a Pokemon. Speaking of which, I need to bug Blade Duval. Blade Duval! Blade Duval! Help! I need Scarlet Pokemon. Please, I'm begging you. I need 5 Scarlet Pokemon. No! Okay. Next. Damn it. Let's actually heal first. I'll send you a list on Discord. Alright, so we're basically broke. You know what that means. Time to finally sell some stuff. Let's see, where's all my treasures? Ow, we actually don't have nearly as many treasures as I thought it would, but whatever. There. Okay. Now back to buying. I did catch firefish. Ah. Okay. There. What? No. There we go. They look like typical runic seals to me. Round 2. So we had a fish. Now I'm guessing it's either going to be a turtle, a snake. Okay, I wasn't going to guess that. What the hell is that? Okay. Never mind. Shoot. Alright, whatever. I'm an idiot. Well, yeah, I thought the Chinese... It was like a bird, a fish, a turtle, and a snake. I thought. I don't know, whatever. Doesn't matter. Beware of moose. Good question. Why would the Chinese be in... Actually, fun fact. China and Spain actually had a lot of connections back in the day, during the days of the Silk Road. You know, a moose bit my sister once. I'm sorry, that was a reference. Props to everyone who actually picked up on that. Yeah, Monty Python. So, everyone in Discord already knows this, but I thought I'd share something funny. Oops. Pay attention. Let's do some marshmallows. So, I was having issues with breeding, right? Well, off camera yesterday, I went ahead and tried to breed something up. And in about, I think it was 15 minutes, I managed to get one egg. And I was like, okay. Whatever, it's greater than 0, sure, whatever. But then I decided to keep it rolling and wanted to wait for about 5 minutes. And in those 5 minutes, I suddenly got 10 eggs in 5 minutes. What was the difference? Nothing. It was the exact same picnic. Literally the same picnic. With the same buffs, with the same Pokemon. There was no difference. So obviously I decided to give the game 15 negatives for RNG. So apparently, if you have the egg buff, which I did have on, it actually checks every 10 seconds, not every 60 seconds, to see if it spawns an egg. Yeah, for a recommendation, don't hit stuff with your car. Yeah, as weird as it sounds, merely having 10 eggs in 5 minutes is actually kind of bad luck. Or bad RNG, if you think about it. Like, realistically, that should be what? 30 checks? So that was about a 1 in 3 chance, give or take. Speaking of bad RNG. Oh, that could be Electable. Hey! It slowly brings its exceedingly heavy head down upon the ground, splitting the earth open with huge fissures that run over 160 feet deep. Two to go. These also shouldn't be here. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, back in like Gen 1, I'm missing several Scarlet Pokemon, Giga. If only Giga was there to help me with my Scarlet Pokemon. If only she would help me. But alas, Giga hates me. She hates everything about me. She wants me to die horribly. Good news. I'm going to die horribly. Tell you what, I'll allow you to have 10 minutes, but you have to tell me what you get. No, Czar. That sounds horrifying. What the hell? Ah! He likes to specialize, Active. I actually don't remember off the top of my head, Sub-Zero. Other than just better catch rates and better balls. Is it up? Maybe it's up. Okay, round 3. We'll try the quick ball first. What the hell? You've got a little... Oh god, it's coming out through his... Oh god. So, it's not gonna work. Yep. There's also another form of bad luck protection is the crit chance. Completely separate of all other variables when it comes to catching Pokemon. Nowadays, there's a chance to critically catch. And that sounds exactly as... It is exactly as beneficial as it sounds. A crit, it is just... You catch them. Boom. Done. Instantly. And if I'm remembering correctly, the chance of critting goes up based on how big your Pokedex is. And spoilers, my Pokedex is almost full. I am, in fact, missing 5 Pokemon, not counting these guys I'm catching right now. As I say, technically the Pokemon is the artifact, not the thing surrounding it. 400 Sub-Zero. I should mention I've already decided I'm not going to bother filling out the second Pokedex at all. I'm just going to walk away from that. I have fulfilled my mandate of getting one of the dexes filled. I'm good. It's okay, this little Pokemon is going to the spa now, Mook. Or not now, because he really doesn't want to go to the spa. Yes, there is a second Pokedex. I'll show you in a minute. Because we're going to hit the DLC today. Yep, there's also a third Pokedex, which I'm also not filling out. Well, wait, you have to see the fourth one, Evo. You have to see the fourth one, Evo. No! Well, we lost Evo. The hatred of those who perished by the sword long ago has clad itself in snow and become a Pokemon. Why would you do that, Giga? Why do you hate yourself? Yeah, I don't have the patience to use inferior balls to get cosmetic balls. Yeah, I need to catch every Pokemon in the game as a shiny, including the legendaries. Alright, last one, Evo. Supposedly these are good, like, offensive Pokemon, but I don't really care. Unless any of them are Ghost. I'm pretty sure none of them are. Dark Fire, Dark Ground, Dark Ice, yeah. So, last one. What about it, Zar? What the hell? Okay. I gotta be honest, that's not what I was expecting. Okay. Do you see the reflective texture on its body? You can only see it where the light reflects on it. Do you see that? That's actually pretty cool. This is also another good example of what I was talking about. This, I don't want to overpraise, but this is a good-looking Pokemon. You can tell thought and effort was put into the model, the mesh, the animations, the textures. Even, like, bits of its, the leaves on it are moving at a different rate from the rest of it. Right? This is what I mean when I say it's clear that, as of this game, they've actually bothered to put some effort into some of the new Pokemon and make them actually look freaking good. And then you have this thing, the action figure. So, let's try the Hail Mary. Oh, that would have been great. Oh well. Yeah, they actually had to do new animations for it because it's a new Pokemon. That's a good point. Yeah, they all know Demi, which is actually kind of an unusual attack in this game. What, you don't like... Are you actually like the plastic Gallade Giga Pudding? I don't know, making it have texture would be a nice step. You can also go with metal. They do actually have metal Pokemon, which looks pretty cool, actually, in this very game. Just making sure it's at 1. I don't remember it. Because I don't remember if Gallade showed up in Detective Pikachu, the movie. Come on. Stay in the ball. I'm trying to get you to the spa. Your friends are at the spa. Don't you want to go to the spa? I've put a lot of effort into this stupid place. Yeah, I saw the tufted out there. Yeah, we have a no-salt diet. We've got video games that are incredibly edgy. Can you buy timer balls, by the way? I'm sure you can, I just don't remember where. Well, if I can ever finish catching this guy, Giga. Oh yeah, it's Super Edge. Every single one of the titles has a giant X in it. The Edge. Just imagine like some noir narration as Chandeler's like, I walked down the streets completely filled with filth. I knew that the only thing to save me was the day. I can't do noir narration. I need it in front of me. But you get the idea. No, and I never will, Mr. Look, I just need Stunky, Oranguru, Larvitar, Stonejourner, and Scrub. You don't even have to let me keep them. Just let me trade. Well, no, actually, I do need you to let me keep them. Never mind. Because I need to evolve those. Aw, that sucks. No, I have Deanna. I actually bred my own Deanna off of that raid boss we beat. And then gave one to Maverick. Yeah, he's healing. Just slowing this down. God damn it! I got Driftloon from Bleach Ball, I believe. Hey! I didn't even know you could crit on these, but there's our evidence. It drains the life force from vegetation, causing nearby forests to instantly wither and fields to turn barren. Go to the spa and be happy. Okay. I am looking for a trade, Giga. And yeah, I'll buy some timer balls in a minute here. Autosaves have actually been really solid. The only thing I don't like about them is they don't have multiple slots. Which is just the problem with Pokemon in general. Not only that, I plan to look at all of them. Because I'm crazy. So I've got a couple of Pokemon to give away here. So here you go. Have an egg, Giga. Yeah, Blade Taval pointed that out to me. I didn't even notice that. No, I think my beloved... So I was sitting here in plainclothes, figuring out the breeding and doing some off-camera Pokedex filling. Oh, God. And after, oh my God, after I successfully finished getting the bajillion eggs, she insisted on hatching every single one of them. I was just going to leave him in the eggs. Goodbye, egg. I actually don't know what these eggs are. So have fun with whatever that is. Or throw it away. Sent over. This Pokemon somewhat resembles an ancient form of Volcarona that was introduced in a dubious magazine. I am apparently missing whatever's after that, too. God dang it. So hang on. Whatever's after Volcarona, or rather what it is, I need two. What is that? Hang on. Where's the list? Sandy Shocks, that's it. Oh, the original, definitely. Act. Oh, you mean Ancient or Future? Future. 100%. God damn it. Honestly, I think all the future Pokemon look way better. Yeah, Magneton getting a past Pokemon was not something I called, but here we are. Slightly resembles a Magneton. Now! No, I apparently don't have Iron Moth either. God damn it! Okay, apparently I wasn't counting Paradox Pokemon when I was making this list. Whatever, here. Have a Flabébé back. Do you need any of these back, Giga? I love the animations on the future ones, too. So that should be it for the Paradox ones. Which one's... Oh, Roaring Moon. Yeah, Roaring Moon looks badass. I actually agree with that. It's the only past one that really looks cool to me. It's the Salamance, if you don't know the name. Let's see, they added Oranguru in what? X and Y or Sun and Moon? I know it's one of the 3DS ones. By the way, it's called Flabebe 4 because of my beloved sister. I remember because we actually caught it in whichever game that was when we were playing it for the first time. I appreciate you, Gig. Sorry it took me so long. This Pokemon lives quietly in the depths of the forest. The purple cape-like fur gets longer and longer as it ages. Just the cape. Everything else doesn't grow. Hang on. Is that a quick ball? Why do the egg-hatched Pokemon have a quick ball? This Pokemon spends its life gazing at the setting sun. It strides leisurely across grassy plains on the legs of rock that weigh over 400 pounds each. I guess that makes sense. Hey, you want an Applin, Giga? I've got an Applin. I had like 10 Applins and I gave all of them to Bladrefall. Looks like Apple's back on the menu, boys. I'm gonna say yeah. Oh god, that's true, Bladrefall. The foul fluid from its rear is so revolting, it can make people feel queasy up to 1.25 miles away. Wow. That's impressive. Here, have a Sylveon that I caught completely by accident. No, this is the Sylveon that was supposed to be an Umbreon. I'm still pissed about that, by the way. I almost missed out on an Umbreon because it turned daytime like 5 minutes after I got the Sylveon. And I was like, no! So apparently, Sylveon and Umbreon have almost exactly the same evolution method. It's just if you happen to know a fairy move, it turns into a Sylveon. If you don't, it turns into an Umbreon. I didn't know that. This Pokemon is a poor swimmer. If it's caught in a fierce storm, it'll sometimes get washed far away and be unable to return home. What am I missing? Larvitar. I think that's it. And have another egg. Oh, absolutely, Mr. Red. Either that or they die. Like, I'm sorry, they're in over their head in a setting that has magic built into its bones. That should be it. Other than the evolutions, which I was about to do. What's left of my experience candies. I'm running pretty dry on those. But that should be it, hypothetically. I mean, that's actually a plot point act, so that's not a debate. That's not a fan canon. That's literally world building. How many candies does it take? About 300. Large candies. I don't know what a Cramorant is. Duscops? That's... Hang on. I'm actually going to bow out of this. Hang on. Let me organize really quick here. Let's go to the spa, first and foremost. You go to the spa. You go to the spa. Excuse me. The spa. Spa. That's it. Okay, so... So the Tyranitar is the only one I'm worried about, because that evolves at like 50 or something. And I don't have that many candies left. So hope for the best. Let me I'm pretty sure all these are levels. Let me double check that before I waste what few candies I have left. Okay, so that one's 34. Would they get rid of Book? Oh. It's actually a toggle here, but I left it on specifically because there are certain Pokemon that need a move in order to evolve, and I wanted to be able to get that immediately to then evolve them. Yeah, Dragapult ate up quite a few candies to get it to 60. It attacks by spraying a repugnant fluid from its tail, but the stench dulls after a few squirts. Would it like to learn Flamethrower? Okay. This is 48, Jesus. We're about to start the DLC prog. Whoop, whoop, whoop. There's one thing I want to do first, though. Oof. Ah! Damn it. You're right there. That is so irritating. You know what? Let's just pop a rare candy. Horrifying. Since Finizen is the better swimmer, Dragalge will approach it under the cover of seaweed and immobilize it with a poisonous attack. Horrifying. Dragalge. And this guy needs to be 55. You do, Giga. And you will have it forever. Wasting candies. That's not bad texturing. At least it doesn't look like he's plastic. Its shell is as hard as bedrock, and it's also very strong. Its thrashing can topple a whole mountain. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Alright, this is it. This is it. Can I get a drum roll in chat, please? This is the last entry in the Pokedex. Fitting we end on Godzilla here. In just one of its mighty hands, it has the power to make the ground shake and mountains crumble. A moon ball? What the hell's a moon ball? What's a dream ball? What? What do you mean 3 volumes to my next reward? Hold up, hold up. What am I missing? Oh! Okay, right. This guy. God, I completely spaced on this guy. Hang on. So, Frigibax. Sorry, God, you can tell I was out of it. So I can just find this guy. I even still have the video up for where he is. Like, I even gave it a like, because I've been giving this guy a like. Sorry for the false hype. Sorry. I'm really stupid. Here we go. I was kind of brain dead yesterday, admittedly. So, that's sort of on me. Sort of. Ah, it's at the other side. I actually had sushi yesterday. Oh, I'd say like 60% of it, something like that. So, ahem. Oh, come on! Get in the ball. Oh god, he's a recoiler too. I almost threw my Master Ball at this guy. Almost. I thought about it. Yeah, thankfully this should thoroughly qualify as a cave. So what's a... hang on, so what's a Moon Ball? More effective when catching Pokemon that evolve with Moon. More effective than catching Pokemon that are asleep. Do it! There. This Pokemon lives in forests and craggy areas. Using the power of its dorsal fin, it cools the inside of its nest like a refrigerator. First of all, send all these to the spa. It attacks with the blade of its dorsal fin by doing a front flip in the air. Arctibax's strong back and leg allow it to pull off this technique. Okay, for real this time. Final Pokemon. It launches itself into battle by flipping upside down and spewing frigid air from its mouth. It finishes opponents off with its dorsal blade. Amazing! You completed the Pokedex. That means you've encountered every single Pokemon there is to find in Paldea. Exploring the region on your own 2 feet is a real treasure of an experience, isn't it? You know, I think you deserve a special diploma in recognition of this magnificent achievement. Come see me in the biology lab at Uva Lab. Okay. A Beast Ball! What the hell's a Beast Ball? Woo! It's like a monster truck in ball form. To the spa. 7 spas, by the way, to hold all these. It's starting to get a little low. Okay, so who haven't we brought? I still want to make some use out of that. And we'll leave a spot for that. And let's bring in Lord Harriman. He hasn't gotten some love. Oh yeah, you may notice we're still getting Pokedex completion. It took me a while to understand why that was a thing. I'll explain that in a second. Yeah, hang on first. Oh dear, Runner. Thanks for your advice. Palmy is, well, just see for yourself. Seems very quiet. Yeah, it's feeling better, but this particular Palmy may just be meek, I suppose. I had Nurse Miri take a look at it. She says there's nothing wrong with it elsewise. Shouldn't have any injuries, ailments, or the like. Even so, it never utters so much as a cry, which is odd. That part has even Mr. Jock here stumped. So I couldn't be of any help. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. I have some more information now, thanks to the Academy security cameras, though. It seems Bobby was attacked by a wild Pokemon that fled here to the Academy grounds. Maybe it's still in shock from that and can't bring itself to speak yet? If that's the case, there's absolutely no problem keeping quiet. There's no problem. We just, that is to say, wait until it feels like talking. That's all we can do, really. Even if you speak all sorts of languages, there's no guarantee you can understand what's going on in someone's heart. But have no fear, I won't give up. I'll keep on trying till we've figured each other out. Have you gotten used to things at the academy? Yeah. Great, glad to see you're having fun. Are you using the Pokedex app? No. Yep, I'll be sure to fill out the decks. Let's aim for 30. Okay, this is a good time, as David mentioned. I found this out when I was setting up for the beasts, the 4 disasters or whatever. Apparently, the game expects you to come back and talk to these people regularly, because at certain set points, they unlock a new cutscene. And near as I can tell, they're all just kind of queued up. So this, for example, he wants me to get 30 Pokemon. Done. I see you've registered 30 species of Pokemon. Yeah! Multiply that by a bit, and yeah. Sorry about that, got a little excited, but I get the feeling you're going to be of great help in my research. Oh, hey, false swipe. Thanks! Let's aim for 100 species. Okay. Done! $20 Ultra Balls. Thanks. Oh, speaking of which, I already figured out the silver number for this game. Anyone want to hear it? But first I have to catch 200 Pokemon. Done. $20 quick balls. Nice. Balls I'll actually use. I'm apparently a professional at catching Pokemon. Who knew? So Pokemon Violet's silver number is... Drumroll, 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 drumroll. In honor of this line of dialogue, it's 421.94. And honestly, that's about what I was expecting. It's very high. We'll see what the DLC does, because, yeah. Shiny Charm! We now have an increased chance of seeing shinies. Yeah, if this game beats Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze long term, it won't surprise me that much. My word. What a marvelous accomplishment. You will surprise me too, pulling off a feat like this. Well, Mr. Jacques' work clearly shows how commendable your work has been. Allow me to reward you with a gift. Students who achieve great feats such as this deserve to be recognized. This congratulatory message penned by the company that certifies Pokédex completion is for you. Oh yeah, I get a diploma. Yeah, like, new... I should mention the kit and Pokemon positives were already considering DLC Pokemon, because it doesn't differentiate, and I was using databases to kind of double-check and fact-check myself on a lot of things. So, I sincerely doubt there will be any new unit design or kit positives. It's a key item, so no, Lord Harriman. Now, there might be boss positives. There might be overworld positives. There might be negatives. quests, you know, stuff like that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the specifics of the gameplay, like, I don't think this gameplay score is going to move much, one way or the other. We'll see. So speaking of turning in, since Bragwin just reminded me of this, let's turn in the We Caught the 4 Disaster Pokemon. I found all 4 of them. Here they are. I simply cannot keep my curiosity under control. Lay you to keep it in your pants, Jesus. Judging by its shape and size, this vessel is almost certainly not for everyday use. Perhaps a work of art? A ritual artifact housing some sort of deity? I feel like there must be some meaning behind the horns and the designs resembling eyes. Could it be this artifact was fashioned after the deity's appearance? This grows deep, but my thirst for knowledge is slowly being quenched. Yeah, by the way, I caught all 4 of them. So the sword's blade and hilt formed the Pokemon's left and right fangs. What if the sword broke when it became a Pokemon? Or maybe it was always that way. Well, I can't imagine the king wanting to buy a broken sword. Maybe it was a weapon that was meant to be used in the broken state. I've never seen so many wooden writing tablets strung together. It must have been an epic tale. Most excavated tablets are tantamount to graffiti or simple mementos. Still valuable tools for learning about the past, but nothing like this. I can't read it, but given the length, it must be a story, or maybe the words of a curse. If only the words weren't faded, I would read them aloud right now in the middle of the school! And open a giant portal to hell right in front of us. Beads like these were thought to be sacred and thus worn during religious rituals. I believe they're most often worn a single bead on the neck like a pendant, but it seems Chi Yu has 4 of them. Were the beads worn in pairs, like on the ears and wrists? Were the rituals perhaps performed by 4 people? What on earth could have caused the beads, originally used to ward off disaster, become disaster themselves? Seeing part of history with my own eyes fills me with joy. Thank you. You've not reported me, blah, 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 blah. I never thought you'd do this much for me. You have my thanks. I would like to go look for the treasures on myself and make them my own, but I suppose it was precisely because I sent you, someone with pure heart, me, that we were able to accomplish this feat. They may be the treasures of my dreams, but I'll allow you to have them for now. Nasty plot? That's what you're giving me for that? Okay. Yeah, it's a good thing I sent this child. Oh yeah, real quick. So I couldn't come in here without this guy forcing a cutscene. This is second DLC, man. And don't worry, you didn't miss much. But he's forgetful. And that's it. That's what you missed. He's got some flair to him. Over here. Nope. Need to refill my timer balls. And get some extra quick balls while we're at it. I sincerely doubt I'll actually use these. Never mind. I don't even care. Because like I said, I'm not going to bother filling out the second dex. Speaking of, since Zara was so impatiently asking about it earlier. I'm going to heal, then I'll show you the second dex. So if you pop over here, there's a whole second dex, which I apparently have 110 of already, and all that's just like bleed over from the first dex. I don't know how big this one is. Does anyone know? how big the second dex is total. But either way. Oh, a bottle cap. $200. So we're a little over halfway there, which, again, we're not doing. I don't get it. I was asked to look at the manhole covers in DLC Town. Aw, it's melodic. Okay, let me get an angle that's not blanketed by the sun there. There, see? Sure. So here's the DLC map. We have basically done nothing here. Like, we got here, and that's kind of it. So there's a giant mountain in the middle, which means that's going to be the final boss, obviously. No, I do like that. That's kind of cool. There's also a Terra raid, very important. But I promised you one other thing. So I'm going to try to rapid fire this because there's 400 of these. This is in Japan, the Atriox. I'm pretty sure. Oh my god, hang on, I'm not even at the beginning of the thing yet. Okay. Pictures. Of course it's playing with the string. Like I said, I'm just gonna kind of, yes, getting to it. I love how he's just singing in the middle, in the center of town, right? Over here he's like, hey, and he's like, and then he's like, la 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 la. This just looks like Lord Hermod to me. Quaxley, he's cool. I notice all of the starters, their picture is at our home. Do you see that? And once again, singing in the central town. Or excuse me, dancing in this case. Lechonk! This is the best picture, right here. This is it. Don't at me. I think my favorite thing about this is the shocked look of the Lechonk on the right. As a reminder, the one on the left there, that's a male. And the one on the back is actually a female. So I like to think that the one on the right has just uncovered something about himself. Tarantula, just hanging out in the trees there. Spidops, terrible Pokemon. Nimble can barely see it. It's so tiny. Super cool. All the super cool ones are at night, obviously. Aww! Look, it's the original Kennex cow. And there's another one. There's the... Oh my god, they're right by the windmills. First of all, obviously Pokemon is energy conscious with regards to the environment. Or excuse me, environment conscious with regard to the energy. Whatever. But second of all, Hoppips should probably avoid windmills. Or, not windmills, god damn it. Whatever those things are called. Aww. Turbines, thank you. Okay, that's cute. This is still the cutest one, though. This is the cutest. Fletchlink, they're so tiny. They're so tiny. God, some real effort was put into these. Which is why they're getting their own positives. Unlike Kira White Noise. Who, like, I don't know where I'm taking that sentence. Why are there so many Houndours? The Houndourians. Come, my children. Whoop, whoop. Let us feast upon their souls. I mean, that's what it looks like he's saying, right? That's not just me. I demand their souls in tribute. So that's going towards Realms of the Haunting, Manifold Garden, and Thief. And then King Venom Mui. Which said towards nothing! But thank you, Kira No White Noise, and thank you, King Venom Mui. And King Venom, if you want to put that towards up to 3 future streams, please let me know. Ah, okay. We're going to skip over that one really quick. Although, someone thought about that one, I'm just saying. Squilvin, okay, he's almost cute. Almost. That's not cute, however. That's just horrific. Now that's adorbs. Look at them all. Hi. Hi. Aww. And of course, they're all dancing around their statue. It's hot. Hello? Like leaning into the picture there. Okay, that's a cute one. The Cricketune singing for the 3 other Pokemon there. No, Scatterbug, run! Run, Scatterbug! Oh my god. This is like the last 5 seconds of this Scatterbug's life right here. Yeah, I get an email about it every month, Dream Whisperer. This is the revenge story. Like this is the intro, right? And then this is the revenge. And these guys are just hanging out, obviously. Combees. Queen bees. Rookidees. God, he looks so ominous. Capity's just happy to be here. Aww. He could pull its egg out? Look, look. It pulled its egg out of its pouch. Okay, that's a good picture. I like that. The whole family just hanging out there with their eggs. You got it, King Venom. Give me a second. Borderlands 4. Expedition 33. Dragon Age 4. Done. Still one of the cutest Pokemon ever. Don't even at me. I don't even want to hear it. There's just a Psyduck and a squirrel back there being like, hi! Weasels, aka the worst quest in Arceus. Why are they all showing us their butts? Okay, the Wooper line is great. Yeah, I was worried Lightyear Frontier was going to get dropped. Choodles. Yeah, this is kind of new territory. I'm going to put this under tone because it's just kind of a vague atmosphere-y thing, but I don't know what else to call this. Like, it's just cute pictures that is kind of a reward for collecting Pokemon. Like, this is neat. I like this. And yeah, someone, or rather someone's clearly put a lot of effort into these. Bro Union, I'm just saying. Aw, poor little Ralts. Surely is. So yeah, Gardevoir doesn't look as plasticky. You can see it right there. Whereas Gallade is just, like, it's so contrasty. Look at the difference there. Why is Gardevoir like cloth and like grass, and then Gallade is plastic? Whatever. God, he looks so creepy. He's even in a back alley. They put Hypno in a back alley. Oh my god. Why are you sticking your tongue out at me, Haunter? Oh my god. Is he gonna eat those candles? Aw. Aw. Okay, this is another one of my favorites. Pichu with Igglybuff and Azumarill or whatever. Just bouncing along behind him. Here's this loser. Much better Pikachu. Aw. 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 Oh, it's hanging from the tree. Eh. Am I the only one who thinks the third form here just kind of sucks? Like, this is cute, and this is adorable, and then there's this thing. No, thank you. Go back to this. Hi. I don't know if there's like a lore explanation for it, Mr. Red. Aww. See, these are adorable. These are badass looking. Look at that. I know those are olives, and I don't care. It's still badass looking. The Bouncely sitting right next to the tree. Whoops. Keep accidentally hitting that. What are they? Are they fighting? Are they high-fiving each other? I like how there's a group of Shinxes, group of Luxios, and then one Luxray. That's a lot of Starlies. And a lot of Staravias. But only one Staraptor. Oh hey, it's the other Kennex cow. The Doom Kennex cow. Aww. Hey. It's at a lighthouse. Of course the Ampharos is in a lighthouse. I'm telling you, someone somewhere thought about these things. Damn it, stop hitting that. Lilligant, still one of my favorites. To this day. Shroomish. Yeah, Ampharos also look... God damn it. Stop. Also looks plasticky there. I'm not even sure what that says. Because it's the wrong list of letters to say Pokédex. And I know there is an alphabet for the Pokemon language, which they actually use, but I don't know what that means. Also, worst dragon in the entire franchise. I'm just saying. Of course, the guys with the frickin' the wavy 70s hair are all hanging out by the vending machine. Mischievous is like, yes, it will all be mine. Miss Magus is like, yes, it will all... Look at that shot. Look at that shot. That looks honestly sinister. $421 getting fed. Yeah, he knows you're taking a picture of him. It's just like, wow. Makuhita's just happy to be here. Hariyama's like, well, hold up. Craballer's like, let's go. Craballer's like, I'm all alone. All the Salantits chasing a Combee. And the Salazzle and all the Salantits are like, yes. Boobs, yes. Phanpy's just hanging out. Donphin's rolling down the hill. Qfant. And Kaparaja, who's, I don't know what he's doing there. Once again, same pattern. Several Gibbles, several Cabites, one Garchomp. Why is the Lechonk following a Gargankle? Oh, yep, Indian. Can tell. Yeah, they're just like, can we have some salt, please, sir? Yeah, I noticed there's also a Bouncely and a Dedende or whatever there. Wingles are still cool. Pelipper's still aren't. Look, I don't even care. Magikarps are cool. They're the OG. Gotta have some respect there. Nobody cares about Gyarados. It's all about Magikarp. Shoot. Hang on a second. Yeah. Oh my god. The Barraskewda is leaping out of the water to eat a Wingull. That's a good one. Basculin's just hanging out. Gulpin's like, oh my god, they're about to attack that bakery. Do you see that in the background? Run! Get the baked goods to safety! And of course the Swalot teaching the Gulpins how to talk. And this is still one of my favorites. Meowth just sneaking up on Pikachu. He's gonna get it. Oh god! And the Persian is sneaking up on a Starly. That is much more horrifying. Look at this. This is like, haha. And this is like, you're dead. Does this answer your question, Morganite, right here? Oh my god. Drifloon. They definitely don't carry children away. Don't listen to the Pokedex. Aw. The Diglets are just hanging out. Turkle is just happy to be here. He looks so happy. He's like, hey, make sure you get my good side. No, I have not, Trihaxu. Axu. Fracture. Axus is like, yes, yes. Primeape just really wants to flex. Annihilate, though. Oh my god, look at this shot. It's obviously just, like, foggy, but it makes it look like he's walking away from, like, a forest that he burned to the ground or something, right? Because he is. He's in the middle of a walking animation. He's just casually walking away from whatever happened back there. Like, yes. And now my next victims. Meditite, meditating. Medicham, meditating. Riolo, just kind of hanging out. Lucario, looking for the next challenger. Charcadet. Armarouge. Oh, so you can still buy Corel, Mr. Red. Wow. I like this. At sunrise or dawn, or sorry, dawn or sunset, excuse me. And then at night, it becomes Ceruledge. I would not actually recommend Corel over Photoshop because it actually does very different things. Having said that, I've used Corel for all of my graphics editing for about 30 years at this point, which is part of the reason I still use it. Still terrifying with those knot eyes. Aw, look, it's the other Giga. Just sleeping. And now she's dancing. And now she's playing video games with her gloopy hands. What I'm saying is it's different. Photoshop How do I put this? Corel is better for composition, if that makes sense. Photoshop is more about photoshopping things, if that makes any sense, right? If you want to put, you know, Trump's head on a donkey, then Photoshop is going to be better for that. If you want to make a poster for something, or like a thumbnail, Corel is going to be better for that. Corel also does layers way better than Photoshop, in my opinion. But that's just preference. Okay, that's cute. I'll give you that one, game. Look at that. Look at that. Look at the Eevee. So Vaporeon's hanging out by the water. Jolteon's hanging out in the woods. Flareon's running through the plains. Espeon, I don't know where Espeon is. Just hanging out. Umbreon is, of course, at night, obviously. Leafeon, best one, by the way. Glaceon is in the frozen north. And, of course, Sylveon is in town for some strange reason. Dunsparce is pretending he's still actually a good Pokemon. Dunsparce is way better. Deerling, Sawbucks, Girafarig, Farigiraf. Grimers are like, hold up, everyone. Hold up. You know, Muck's like, Aw, baby Toxel along with the Meryl and the Pichu. That's a cute shot. And then he's like, yeah, in town. Aw, Web MQX. That's a shame. Look at all the Dedennes in town. Oh my gosh. Azurill, thank you. Pachirisu along with Pikachu and Dedenne, of course. Chorizo is the best, I'm just saying. Oop. Oh, that's cool. Right next to the painted trees, too. Stantler's just hanging out. Bungus. Voltarbs are like, we're gonna take over this town. Electrodes are like, nah, we're just having fun. Okay, I'm sorry. The one Voltorb pretending to be an Electrode is great. Do you see it on the right there? Hold on a second. Let's change the music up. We still got 200 to go through. Music? Music? Yeah, this is the DLC. Okay, so Magnemite, Magneton, Magnadom. I saw this one earlier, but this is still a cute one. He's so happy to be emulating Pikachu. Growlithe's just hanging out with Dreadnought there. Teddy Ursa glomping the camera. Ursaring is he's just tired. Of course the Zangoose is going after the Seviper, duh. Of course the Seviper's going after the Zangoose, duh. Aw. Nice rainbow for the Altaria there. I want to go where the Tauros roam free. There we go. Those look dumb. Those look slightly less dumb. Those look horrible. Okay, the Houndour and the Corvus Squires running away from the Stunky given the pose the Stunky is in. Yeah, no, that took me a second too. Like, oh my gosh. Zorua, who's totally not anything else. Zorak's like, yes, this town will be mine. Sneasel's attacking Delibird. No! Because they have steel, or whatever it's called. You know, the Weevils are like, this is our corner. Want to come into our territory? We're gonna have some words. We're gonna throw down. Murkrow's just, this is Mr. Red. This is literally Mr. Red. Look at that face. Look at that, Mr. Red. Look over here. Tab over here really quick and look at your face. Because that is totally you. Yeah, that expression's perfect. Honchcrow's like, hey, get together. I got a plan. Baby's first goth. Then there's teenager's first goth. And then there's goth power. This is actually the coolest one though, right here. Oh my god, the Sinistea. Oh my god, look at that face. That just looks wrong. But it's okay, the Poltergeist, excuse me, is even worse. Yeah, by the way, in case you missed it, it's the Sinistea. It's T. Look, there's puns, okay? I don't know what you want from me. Aww! Mimikyu is still the best Pokemon. Or still the best Pikachu, sorry. Oh yeah, you're right. It does have the symbol, the emblem of. Oh god, I can't remember what it's called. Authenticity. There we go. I don't mind Klefki, but honestly, really, Indeedee being polite as always. Bramblin, just rambling along. Yes, yes. An evolution for Mimikyu? So, okay, hang on. I actually do have an idea for that right off the top of my head. So the actual Mimikyu is down here in the chest, right? And it's actually under you can see its arm sticking out, the big black thing. And then all of this is just the puppet to emulate Pikachu, right? So once you understand that, the design would be like some horrifically awesome looking black thing, right? And instead of like the arm sticking out from it, the arm is over here holding on to like the tattered Pikachu doll. And it is specifically tattered, like it's been shredded. It's like, I have moved beyond Pikachu. Funk. And I would give it a unique attack, a signature attack, where it actually throws the costume at you. And you can still make it cute. Not like this guy. This guy's just weird. And so are these guys. Yeah, Mimikyu gets self-confidence is kind of what I'm going for. Like, you can make it adorable or whatever. There's plenty of ways to make an adorable ghost. Oh, look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Oh my god. Run, little bug. I can't remember the name of it. It's not a Cricketune. It's the previous thing to Cricketune. Cloth's just hanging out. He's just having fun. Yeah, this looks terrifying. I'm coming to get you. I love how this thing turned from the mud ball that it's rolling around into this hovering thing. Venomoth is like, yes. Oh my god, guys, the Venomoth is attracted to the flash from the camera. Look at it. Look at it. Yeah, lamp. Scyther just being cool. Skizzer's like, I don't have time to be cool. Heracross is like, I do. Yeah, bring it. Flitta's like, I'm gonna turn into an abomination. Behold! Rah. I love how they're swimming through the sand. They did this here too. See, they're just kind of swimming through. I don't have a better word for it. But these are the cool kids now. These are the teenagers. Yep, they're smoking around the backs of the school, flipping the bird at all the nuns that go by. And then this guy, yeah, he's upgraded. He's cool. Still weird, still dumb, still cute, still awesome. Okay, that's actually a really cool shot of Volcarona. Look at that. It's a nice shot, and then you just pose it right in front of the sun there. Tinkatink. This has actually become one of my favorites. Not Tinkatink. Not Tinkatuff. Tinkaton. Look at that. You also see all three of them here. They're so happy. Yeah, I noticed Bagon was like, I wish I could fly. There's even a brave Staraptor in the background. And then, behold. Hatenna. I'm pretty sure we used a Hatterene in one of our games. I forget which. Might have been Shield. Hatterene? I don't know. I'm pretty sure we used one, though. It was pretty awesome. Impidimp is just being a dick. Stop messing with the mail. It's not funny. Once again, there's our edgy teenage years. There's like, yeah, bulked up, buddy. The Wiglets are just hanging out. The Wug Trio's just hanging out. Bombardier is really weird looking. Oh, yeah, speaking of which, gotta show off the Palafin. Oh, yes, behold my power. Hello, citizen. Look at him, look at him. He's literally doing the Superman pose. Literally doing the Superman pose. Oh my god, Morganite, you're right. It's the Grinch. It's the Grinch. Think about it. That didn't even process for me. All the Pokés in Pokeville, they say. Aw, looking up to the truck there. Someday I'll be as good as that truck. Revavroom is like, nah, I got this. Cyclizar. I'm not even thinking about that one. I like how he's just here like, what's up? Is someone taking a picture of me? I feel like someone's taking a picture of me. You'd say something if you're taking a picture of me, right? Okay. Sableye's just happy to be here. Why are there so many Shuppets in town? Why is there a Bayonet in town? Oh god, I think it's a school too. Oh no. He's about to do something too. Look at it. He's like, yes, yes. Phalanx continues to be, you know, funny. Hawlucha throwing down with the sumo guy. I can't think of the name of. Spiritomb. Aw, the Noibats are like, see, we're actually good dragon Pokemon. And the poor little Applin's just like, no, I'm a real dragon, I swear. Noivern's like, yes, behold. I like Noivern. I'm pretty sure we use that in Shield as well. Dragon flying. Speaking of dragon. Aw, playing with the kids. But Dragapult is where it's really at. Locked and loaded, ready to destroy. Those look wild. Oh my gosh. Those look horrifying. Aw, poor little Rotom. Grievard's just enjoying the snow. Same with Houndstone, actually. Oh my god, he's debating with the king. The guru is debating with the king. You know what Passimian's like, throw! I'm open! I'm open! Kamala's just, God, it's been a long day, you know? And secretly, that's actually full of ale. Larvitar's like, oh, I'm gonna be big and strong someday. Just you wait, I'm gonna be big and behold my power. And they put a Tyranitar right next to some ruins. Because of course they do. Look at that camera shot, too. They knew what they were doing with that. Trying desperately to make Stonehenge here. These are just penguins. Oh my god. The pincher, the Pincurchin in the background chasing after the, I forget her name, but the other poison type. It's like, come back here. And she's just got this no expression on her face. Oh my gosh. You know, Sandygast, aka Blue Wind. I like the one on the right who's just like, ooh. Ooh. Hello, little one. We are the Palossans. The Council of the Three Palossans will greet you now. Gastrodon are actually pretty cute, I'll give you that. Shelders are just... I don't think there's a single thought going on in that head. Not one. There is a thought going on in that head, and something along the lines of... Goldfish are like, we'll get that Shelder. Aw, of course there are 2 love discs. I didn't notice they had scales on them in the new texture. That's a nice touch. Finneon, yep. Luminion. Bruxish. They really do like to put them on the left. That's a good one. Like, here is another one. The Alomomola. Oh my god. Alomomola. There we go. Yeah, I saw that too, Paranoid. Back here. The Shelders are like, we're ready for you. Oh my god. I didn't get that one at first until I noticed the Wingull in the upper right. That poor Wingull's about to have a very bad day. So, Trails of Crossbell. Trails of Cold Steel. And Trails of Reverie. Yeah, I was about to say, remember the frickin' the sniper lobsters in Elden Ring? Because I do. Thank you for the sub, Maze. As always. Clowitzer. Well, he's just hanging back. Oh, they're so tiny. These are hard to catch because they are so hard to see. They're like this big. They're freaking minuscule. Electrics. And of course, Electros. Oh, there's the Mirny. Oh my god, look, the Mirny's getting his revenge. He's getting his revenge on the Pincurchin. Get back here! Toxapex. I don't know what's going on with Toxapex and Bruxish over there. I'm not sure I want to know. We actually saw the Flamingo picture a long time ago. Dragonair still looks cool. I don't even want to hear it. Dragonite still looks terrible. And always has. Going from this to this was a terrible decision. And I will never change my opinion on that. Like, you have this, then this, then this. But Snom is adorable. Frostmoth is super cute. Aww. Snover's just hanging out. Abomasnow's like, oh, I made that blizzard happen, and I'm gonna get you next, cameraman. Come here, kid. This is also Mr. Red. This is Mr. Red when Mr. Red has not had caffeine. It's pretty terrifying. There's a reason we make sure Mr. Red always has access to coffee or Coke or something, because holy crap. Okay, the Delibird reaching into his bag to give a gift to the kid. That's a nice touch. I like that. Cubchoo is still gross. Beardick is slightly less gross. Snorunts are still weird. Glalie is... Oh my god, he's going to murder us. He's like, I'm going to murder you. I'm going to murder you. Oh my god, what is Frostlass going to do to that poor man? He doesn't even see her. Oh my god, he's got those Raycon earbuds in. Hockey mask. I still don't know what these things really are. Oh my god. So we go from, I'm horrifically evil, to, I'm going to steal your soul, to, I'm an abomination, to, hi! How's your day going? Mine's going swell. My day is also going swell. No, I did not, actually, Mr. Red. I'm not into SCP, really. The Bergmites, just hanging out there. Avalugs. Aw. Oh yeah, the Banes of my existence. So tons of Ponyards. 1 Bisharp. 1 Kingambit. Yes, go my minions. Thank you again, Maverick, for catching with this. Although we did find out, I don't know if I said this on camera. So I could not get these to spawn. That is to say, these to spawn at all. And that's because apparently they don't spawn when you're in a group, when you're spread out. And I was in a group and we were spread out. So that's why I literally could not find one to save my life. As soon as Maverick left group, they spawned instantly, and I confirmed that myself off camera. Dano. Swellius, who apparently really wants to hang out and rock. And Hydreigon. Yes, yes, kill them all. Veluza, still cool. Dundozo, excuse me. Not very cool. Okay, I don't think I've ever noticed before that the Tatsugiri has a little cloud that looks like rice. It really is a sushi Pokemon. Look at it. Look at it. I mean, it's called Tatsugiri. Oh, so here we have the Paradoxies. So, Great Tusk, yeah! This looks like a wrestling promo. Kong, Kong, Kong. Coming in from the back with a steel tusk. Screamtail, which, that's a name. No, apparently I just had completely terrible RNG free. Brute Bonnet. Yeah, Screamtail used Perish Song. It's super effective. Fluttermane is just hanging out here like, do you think they had MLP in mind when they named Fluttermane? Slitherwing, which is just weird looking. Sandy Shocks, which is even weirder looking. Iron Treads. Iron Bundle, who, as we all know, is best demonstrated by having the BD series droid voice from Star Wars, The Clone Wars. Iron Hands, who is still cool, don't at me. Iron Jugulus, also cool. Iron Moth, even cooler. These are so cool. Iron Thorns, coolest of them all. Frigibax, we just caught him. Arctibax, he's alright. Excalibur, yes. Jesus. Look at his eyes. I'll murder that entire mountain if I have to. Gimmighoul, of course, and Goldengo. Took us a minute to get there. Good shot of his skateboard, snowboard thing made of coins. Wo-Chien. Oh, these are just them in front of their stats. That's kind of boring. Roaring Moon. Now that is a badass primal. That's probably my favorite. No, there's no probably. That is my favorite looking primal Paradox Pokemon. Look at that thing. That thing looks like death descended upon you. Speaking of, Iron Valiant. Another very cool one. That's just the Terminator at that point. Koraidon, he's done. Miraidon, he's cool. And we're done. That's all of them. I'm thinking 3. Just straight up 3. Any thoughts on that? Like, that's a lot. And there's a lot of... There's some generic-y ones, but there's a bunch of cool stories and jokes and just thought and effort and vibes and tones and everything. That's just cool. I'm not sure what to put that under. Like I said, I have it tentatively jotted down as tone. Flavor. I mean, there's such a thing as background lore, but that doesn't quite qualify. Yeah, like, it's just... It is flavor. Flavor's the right word. We'll just put it under flavor for now. You can never have my sandwiches. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. So. Where's Giga? Where's Giga? Oh, no. Giga? No! There she is. Okay. Whew. We're okay. We're okay. Get out of the spa, Giga. Come here, come here. Alright, we'll throw ahead Mook for right now. Try not to use our level 100 death machine. And let's actually do the DLC. Very traditionally Japanese music here. And look at all these Pokemon we are not catching. Storytelling mechanic, in that case, but you've got to greet a person properly if you want to have a pleasant battle. Now let's kill each other. Oh, you missed it, Ross. You missed everything. But it's okay. You have been incredibly valuable as an egg-producing machine. That's not even a joke. I've had you pumping out so many eggs. You also missed the other thing. We just finished going through the Pokedex and looking at all other pictures of them. Because... God damn it. And I just froze. I forgot something. Socks? Gloves? Ugh, terrible. There were a few that were a chore, I'm not gonna lie. Getting the 4 disaster Pokemon and getting the Gimme Goal, neither of those were what I would call enjoyable experiences. Oh no, overall, yeah. I was actually trying to think if there's any other major exceptions in my head. B Sharp, yeah, that sucked. Oh, speaking of which, since sorry, I've actually been deliberately not using Shadow Machine because he wasn't here. Let's bring in Shadow Machine, since you're actually here. Yeah, a bunch of trading happened too, because duh. Kind of hard to get the Scarlet stuff without it. Okay. That's the first signboard. Sorry, did I startle you? I did mention I'd hang back and follow you here. And then you went off and completed the entire Pokédex. You're supposed to read the signboard, right? I already know the whole story. Go ahead, you should check it out. Long, long ago, there was a fearsome ogre in the lands of Kitakami. The ogre made its home in the mountain behind the village, frightening all who ventured there. One day the ogre came down from the mountain in a terrible rage, causing great fear in the village. By some stroke of luck, Okidogi, Munkidori, and Fezandibiti all happened to be there as well. 3 Pokemon laid down their lives to fend off the ogre and sent it back to the mountain. In admiration, the people of the village bestowed upon this brave trio the title, the Loyal Three. Unfortunately, I don't have 3 Master Balls, so we probably won't go for that. Their remains were given a proper burial, and statues of the 3 were erected above the site. The Loyal 3 monument's right over there. But don't you think that ogre sounds kind of cool? No. Like, what about that sounded cool? Come on, it was all alone. The battle was 3 against 1, but the ogre still managed to hold its own. That's way cool. That's not... okay. I guess most people just think an ogre like that's scary, huh? I don't think there's any reason to be afraid. When I was little, I went up to the mountains so many times at night, all on my own. I never once met that ogre. That's probably a good thing. Only scary thing that happened was the grown-ups giving me a real earful about it. So yeah, we're supposed to take the photo, right? A photo, right? Yeah, sure. Oh, look at him! Look at him! That turned out great. You're even good at taking photos. You want to try? Oh, no, I didn't mean... Maybe next time. You know, I didn't want to have to do this whole school trip thing, but, you know, maybe it might actually be fun. I get to be out in nature around my hometown and talk to you. If you want, maybe we could set up a picnic. Would you like a sandwich? Ah! You mentioned a sandwich! Is that thing some kind of kaiju or something? That is a little bit too small for a kaiju. Oh, Miraidon. You're right on it, huh? I've never seen another Pokemon like this. It seriously comes out whenever it hears the word sandwich? Yes. I thought I'd actually get to meet such an awesome Pokemon. Wonder you're so strong. You're special. No, I'm not. So next, we should find the signboard. Let's double back to town. Then there's this bridge across. From there, you need to climb up the mountainside. Okay. I'll get you a sandwich. Hang on, hang on. There's only one I actually liked, Ross. Bonus points if you can guess who it is. Can't even wreck, but... Fluttermane. Good guess, but no. Yeah, I've heard more people prefer the Scarlet Pokemon. I have no idea why. No offense. Like, the robot designs look cool. The old designs look, eh. Hang on, give me a minute. Also, the fact that they say the robot designs look lazy despite, you know, objectively requiring more work in order to make them work, it's hilarious to me. It's this guy. I couldn't think of his name. I admit, I think this is cute, because some actual thought and effort was put into it, like the eyes and the textures. But this is badass. I'm sorry. Like, Iron Hands is badass. This guy's even better. He even has custom animations, which obviously this picture doesn't show. This also has custom animations, by the way. This one just looks incredible. I don't even want to hear it. They somehow made a Tyranitar look even bulkier. What they did, they were actually very careful with this. They made the armor come out a little bit more, so it looks like it's wearing armor on top of its already bulky frame, which just makes it look even more of a chonker. And yeah, of course, probably the best designed one by far is the Iron Valiant, which is literally a Gallade and a Gardevoir combined. Hi, Elizar. Ah. But I can accept being in the minority. I have actually worked at a store, a retail store, during Black Friday. Now, when you say, is it as bad as pop culture says, that's an interesting question. Because there was this thing for a while there, which I think we've mostly moved past, but where people are like, oh my god, you don't understand, like, people are killing each other and knock each other over and there's damage and hell, it's a riot. And that's not true. Most of that boils down to a single incident which happened over, like, 3 decades ago now, which just got over-reported on. For the most part, Black Friday is just, yeah, it's a busy work day. That's it. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. An ideal job? Conquering the entire world. I'm sorry, R-Spruce. Ah! Iron Leaves? Which one's Iron Leaves? And let me guess, it's one I haven't seen yet. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's really nice just being able to kind of skip Pokemon, because I don't really need to fight Pokemon. Like, I could, but you know what? I'm good. Let's just move on. If I ever want to fight them, they're still there. Just enjoying a trip. What's with all the stalls? With masks? There's an Eevee mask, a Pikachu mask, and then several others I do not recognize. Yeah, it looks like they're still setting these up right now. Interesting. If I had to pick a metal between steel, iron, gold, silver, or bronze, what would I pick? I mean, probably silver. Silver just looks cool. I would also accept steel. Welcome to the hall. We're glad to have you here. Relax. Enjoy yourself. Okay. Bunch of lanterns with different types on them. That's cool. Rose gold's fine, but I actually prefer gold to rose gold. Personally. Oh, goody, free. I love terrible minigames. That's the second signboard. Bit tricky to find, huh? Sorry, I'm following at a distance. I hope you can get used to me showing up like this. It's because having us walking along with you is just too hard. Which is, actually, that's not even true. They've had that this very game. Let's read the sign. The ogre possessed 4 mysterious glimmering masks. It is said that depending on the mask the ogre donned, the powers of its cudgel would change. When wearing the teal mask, it could bring life back to the withered greenery. When wearing the crimson mask, it could turn a candle's flame into a raging inferno. When wearing the blue mask, it could stop the flow of a river. When wearing the ashen mask, it could break the hardest of stone in 2. Before the Loyal 3 fell, they wrested away 3 of the ogre's masks, greatly weakening it. Did you read it? Yeah. The masks the Loyal 3 stole... Ah! The masks the Loyal 3 stole are kept over at Kitakami Hall. Everyone in town is scared of the ogre, but me, I really like it. It was strong and cool and didn't even care when everyone shunned it. I always wanted to be like that ever since I was a kid. Are you not currently a kid? I want to be as cool as the ogre. My sister sort of ended up doing everything for me, even when we're at school. I want to get stronger, so I can do things for myself, you know? I'm going to become someone people can rely on. And maybe I can be the ogre's friend. Are you the villain of this game? Or this DLC? Oh, right. Picture. It was the right call to let you handle it. On to the next signboard. Oh, and you know the mountain the stories say the ogres live on? It's actually Oni Mountain. You can climb it from the stairs over there. If you wanted, we could go see the ogre's home. It's called the Dreaded Dead. Look, I have Pokemon from the past and the future, and also all the legendaries in my bag right now. I'm good. So if you keep climbing up, you'll reach that infernal pass. There's a sign before that. If you turn to the sign, you get to the dreaded den. I'll just go on up. Okay. 150 of the Kitakami decks, huh? I think about 100 right now. Uh, 110. Luke would use a super maxed Wobbuffet. Fully set up to just stand there and let the enemy destroy themselves on it. Darth Vader would use a Mewtwo. He would just go with the biggest, doomiest Destructo he could find and absolutely annihilate everything. Palpatine would have, like, some insane meta Pokemon that there's actually no defense against. You literally cannot beat Palpatine's Pokemon. You know, the kind of stuff that's actually banned in tournaments because there is no defense against it. Okay, hang on. I've been wanting to show this off for a bit. Make it rain! No. Mega Rayquaza is too obvious, for lack of a better way to put that. Yeah, Blissey with Toxic and Recovery. That's Palpatine. He's just gonna sit there. He wants you to suffer. Remember, Palpatine is very sadistic. It's actually a major part of his character. He wants you to know you can't beat him. He wants you to realize that you're just going to slow-mo die as he's sitting there laughing at you. Vader just wants to get it over. That's why he has the Mewtwo. Bam! Did you have trouble getting across that narrow path? No, I climbed up the wall. There it is, the dreaded den. It's supposed to be the ogre's home. At least that's what everyone says. I come here all the time, but I've never seen it. Maybe a powerful ogre like that would only show up if it heard some kind of battle going on. Oh yeah, I think I've gotten stronger. Do you want a battle? Oh, look at the ferret! Look at the ferret! Hang on. Go away. Go. I don't want to look at you. I want to look at the ferret. No, let me look at the ferret. Come on, let me look at the ferret. Yeah, look at it. Look at it. Look at it. It's like playing with its hands too. Look at that. There's Mega Rain. Actually, no. Let's nasty plot first. Let's be a dick. Look at him. Look at him. I actually like Ferret. If I had the money, I would have actually bothered to get that real life-sized Ferret pillow. You know, the one that's as big as a person. But it was like $500 or something insane like that. How did you live through that? Once my RNG didn't spit in my face, Ross, yeah. Seriously, I'm still shocked at the RNG I had. Whatever, do another nasty plot, I guess. Alright, little snot. No more cute. How are you outspeeding me? Shadow Machine! Do I feel like breeding has improved with the Pectic system? I think it could use some refinement. I think they're on the way to making it a much better system. Let's put it that way. Jesus Christ. Don't you not get Dunsparce until, like, after the 3rd gym? Make it rain! Or don't. Why are you so slow, Shadow Machine? Oh my god. Okay, never mind. I might have been thinking of Shuckle. Still, that's a hell of a challenge. What do you start off with? Dunsparce. We'll find out in a second, Kitten Fan, because good God. Shuckle is one of those funny Pokemon. I actually remember distinctly when people were mocking Shuckle when it came out. And then people are like, oh yeah? So, yeah, a lot of people were making Shuckle competitive, even back in Gen 2. Never mind nowadays. Knew it. You really are strong. How am I ever going to beat you? The ogre saw that battle. I'm sure he'll be like thinking, that kid's got real strength. See, at my school, Blueberry Academy, it's a school that specializes in teaching the art of Pokemon battling. If I was strong as you, maybe I could aim to be the best trainer there. Let's go have a look at the ogre's den. Okay. Uh-oh. It's... I've no idea what it is. It's Woodman. That's a small cave. The floor's rough and uneven. Living alone in a place like this would get you pretty miserable, don't you think? Poor ogre. We have plenty of room at our house. I would have totally let it stay with us. Okay, Kieran. No, I've always liked the stories about the ogre, that's all. But if the ogre really did show up at our place, I'm sure the whole town would freak. Oh, the sun's already gone down. Guess I'll have to save the last signboard for tomorrow. I almost forgot. Today's the first day of the Festival of Masks. It's this big event where everyone puts on masks and runs around celebrating. I mean, it's not like you gotta go or anything, but if you wanted to, you know, check it out, it'd be fun. Let's frickin' go, Kieran. Jesus Christ. Come on. Yeah, why not? It'd be great to go together. Just a few things we'd have to get ready first, so we should swing by my house before we head to the festival. It sure is handy having a map that shows you everything right on your phone. Yeah, it's called having a phone. What, you use a phone to call people? Don't be ridiculous. That's not what phones are for. We are increased special attack, reduced defense. Speed is 140. I need to figure out an item to give Shadow Machine. Do I have anything on me? I have a bottle cap. One bottle cap. We could go with a Quick Claw. Or a Shell Bell. Let's do Shell Bell, actually. Maybe play around with Evo at some point, too. Leftovers are amazing, I'm just saying. So yeah, Han would like a Pokemon that at first glance you're like, you know, seems to be one thing, but is actually another. Right? I don't think so, Russ. In fact, it actually lost quite a few positives. Oh yeah, you know what? More Payco. That's a good pick. Seemingly crap, but then... Normally I'd say Onyx, Lord Hermont, but I just remembered that, you know, Steelix exists in Gen 2. Sudowoodo? Can you get a Heracross before Gym 3? Hang on. Which gym is Gym 3? Because I think I have the wrong one in mind. Okay, so yeah, I did have the wrong one in mind. What's the second gym? Because there's Flying Boy, who's pathetic. And then there's Miltank. Bug? Oh, I don't remember the Bug gym. Where's the... It would have to be south, because the route is you go all the way down to the bottom, and then you interact with the Team Rocket for the first time, and they're chopping off. Slowpoke Tails. And that's also where the rival fight that I hate is. I was actually stuck at that rival fight for so long. But I barely remember that second gym. That's funny. Okay, so before we hit Goldenrod. Grandpa, I'm home. Welcome home, Kieran. Who's this with you? This is Runner. He's part of the same school trip as me and Sis. Oh, this is a new friend of yours, eh, Kieran? Yeah, I hope so. Really? We're friends? I feel all tingly and funny hearing that. Kieran. Thank you for befriending Kieran here. Oh, Kieran's made a friend. Now see, her I'd have sex with. Sorry, I mean battle in Pokemon with. Fancy that, a friend of Kieran's. We're delighted to have you, Runner. Is it already sundown? Goodness me, I'd nearly forgotten. The Festival of Masks starts tonight, doesn't it? Come now, Kieran. You too, Runner. I'll get some Jinbei out so you can go to the festival all kissied up. Nemona's not here, Gig. It's fine. What happens in Japan stays in Japan. Surely you don't mean Celebi, right, Lord Hermont? Like, I thought about that earlier, but surely you don't mean that. What is my hair doing? That's a good point. You can encounter unknown about there, can't you? Goodness, it's like I've gained another grandson. I imagine a stylish young thing like yourself can make good use of this, too. We have access to new styles. Gran, what are you doing here? Or Gah, what are you doing here? Runner said he'd go to the Festival of Masks with me. Oh, God, it is unknown. So Dunsparce and unknown. Until you beat frickin' Miltank. That's awful. That's awful. You know what that sounds like, Lord Hermot? I've talked about this before. There's a whole series of streamers and YouTubers who do really arduous challenges. And they basically just sit there and stream it for days and days and days. That's what that sounds like. That sounds like the Pokemon Gen 1 don't take damage run. God. Like, imagine going through... Yeah, like, it's like FF1... It's same YouTuber, actually. FF1 one white mage only challenge. Doable. It is doable. It's like that one, to use another YouTuber. I know a dude who actually does a lot of speedruns and challenge run stuff for Mario 64. And he had a challenge where how many stars could you get by just pressing the B button. Now, for those who don't remember, the B button is the button that makes you punch the air, not the jump button. I get it. There's a whole meta for that. There's a whole, like, audience for those kind of arduous runs that take literal months. Like I should mention, I actually enjoy doing challenge runs. I'm doing one right now. Although at this point, I'm kind of death doomed. But, you know, there were several times where I was kind of taken in the pants because I was doing a ghost run. You should see... I look forward to doing the poison run again, because poison gym challenge is mean. Like, you have some options, but good God. Anyways, sorry, back to the game. The masks, they should be in the shed. I put them there after last year's festival. Shouldn't be locked, so you can go see what you find. Wait, sis, you're such a cheater. Please forgive those two. They can be a bit rambunctious. Yeah, I will probably not do an ice challenge or a dragon challenge for pretty much the same reason. I like the statue. Do you get it? It's a koi pond. Alright, There's gotta be another one. Sis, runner's here. Ugh, rolling up like you own the place. Looks like there's only 2 masks in the shed. Too bad, right? Nothing I can do about it. Guess you just have to do without a mask. First come, first serve. Bye. Okay. Come on, don't look so glum. How about instead of a mask, I give you a battle? Okay. Yeah, Muck turns into a hell of a tank, but starts off as a frickin' Grimer. Now, there's one thing I like about doing the poison challenge. I can use Crobat. Let me tell you, that's some coverage right there. You're going to be dazzled by how great I look in my Jinbei. I'll win while you're distracted. Hey, look, it's Han Solo's Pokemon. Ow. Is everything outspeeding me? God dang it. Yeah, by the way, negative to everything, no Crobat. Screw it. Mega Rain! If you live through this attack, which you didn't. Jesus Christ. Okay, fine. Ugh. Let's send out our, whatever this is called. Fluttermane. No. We'll use the nuke if we need it. No idea what Morpeko is type-wise. So, shut him off. Yeah, Morpeko actually irritates me. Because it sure as hell doesn't look like it's mean. But it is. Yeah. So it's straight immune to psychic. Okay. And we're dead. Holy crap. Okay. Is this about the mask? Come on, stop with the super effective moves. No. I don't even know what that is, but let's swap out to something else here. Let's swap to the real Blade Javal. Let's go ahead and risk a Sword Stance. Always risk the Sword Stance. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. Oh my god! Shouldn't have risked the Sword Dance. Ugh. Fine. You know what? Fine. I'm done playing her. Just die. What is this? Oh, I don't know what Swadloon is, so whatever. Die. Just auditing, Ross. That's it. They didn't actually go down. They're just more accurate now. If that makes any sense. Why do you have so many Pokemon? Oh my god. I'm gonna crush you, and go to the festival feeling like a winner. Are you though? I don't think you are. Sorry, I was playing fair until you pissed me off. Now you're just dead. I'm supposed to be enamored and distracted by my festival style. What is there to be enamored by, though? Oh well, it's not like beating me was going to make another mask magically appear. Now, let me get my mask. Why is she such a dick? How's that? Look good, don't I? It's okay, Ron. You can just wear my mask. What? No, I already said it's first come, first serve. Besides, it's your ogre mask. You've always loved that mask best. Yeah, but no buts about it. Ron can get his own mask at the festival. He's fine. Let's go. Sorry, Runner. It's okay. I know some might say it's harsh, but she's not really that bad. Is she? Actually, she was tearing the shed apart trying to find a third mask before you got there. But don't tell her I told you that. Okay, can I just say that the whichever that is, I forget if that's Yandere or Tsundere, is not an archetype I have ever enjoyed. I secretly don't like you, Baka. Is not like I actually struggle to think of any character I've ever known that does that in a way that I think that was actually good. I'm sure there's an example somewhere. I just can't think of one right now. Yeah, could you heal me really quick, please? Sorry to take time from your phone. Okay, Tsundere Plain is fine. I'll give you that one, Kitten Fan. So I meant to do this earlier. This is actually my bad. Blade here shouldn't even be in the party. He's there to catch Pokemon, and we're not catching Pokemon. So I can bring someone else, and I want to bring someone we haven't really used much. So we could bring Valerian, Dame Celeste we haven't done much with. We've got the Dragapult, which we could do stuff with. Let's bring Valerian out. We haven't done much with Valerian. He's a little under-leveled. In fact, actually, let's do this. There we go. So, Giga in the wings. That's our nuke. Sorry, I'm debating something. See, part of the problem is so many of my other dudes are very low level. Because I want to use all three of these, too. Vigilant, Dame Celeste, and Chill Pangolin. So, why don't we actually bench Blade Jamal right now? He's been a hell of a carry for most of the run. I'm going to keep Shadow Machine. We've barely gotten a chance to use Shadow Machine. So let's bring in... We also have the Spiritomb. I don't know if I'm going to use that. Part of the problem is I'm really low on candies. I burned all of them filling out the deck. Well, most of them filling out the decks. Chill Penguin's the lowest. Why don't we bring in Chill Penguin? I've always wanted to use a Sable. I never actually got a chance to. Are you hold? Yeah, whatever. No, it's a wood Pokemon. This is the Festival of Masks. Today's just the first day. It'll keep going for a while. I bet you don't have any festivals this big in Paldea or whatever, right? Dude, I live in Spain. Oh no, I guess it's so incredible you're at a loss for words, huh? It's okay, runner, just ignore her. I'll snap a photo so you can remember this amazing night forever. Give me a Rotostick. Come on, you two, scooching closer. Oh, you're stepping on my toes, sis. Quit complaining, it'll only take a second. Say Chansey. Oh, I don't get to see the photo? That's what I call a nice festival vibe. The Festival of Masks, excuse me, is held so we can all honor the Loyal Three, the brave heroes of Kitakami. The Loyal Three are the Pokemon that once protect this land from an evil ogre, you know. Most of the kids in town wear masks of the Loyal Three. Did I mention there are heroes? What? What are you laughing at? Nothing. I was just thinking it was funny that, like, you don't know anything about the ogre. What? I know the legends of Kitakami better than anyone. Pretty gutsy of you to laugh at your big sis. Sorry. Kiki's still a little baby, so of course he thinks some terrible monster's cool. He likes the ogre more than the Loyal Three. Oh look, they have candy apples. Speaking of candy apples, look at that. Oh man, I haven't had a good candy apple in forever. I should see if they have some at the local place. Kitakami fried noodles. The Maillard reaction that occurs when browning the sauce leads to an irresistible aroma and flavor. We're in Gen 4 land. I don't know the names. I don't know the names. Sinnoh? Maybe? God, I don't know. Place with the stuff. Yeah, no, the other place. We're in Japan. Which I know doesn't narrow it down because the first 4 gens were all in Japan. I always thought it was funny that it took until Gen 5 for them to branch out a bit. Candy apple, green candy apple. Candy raspberries, candy lap. Ooh, candy pineapple. Ooh, ooh. I swore they made a specific reference to Sinnoh. In the game, I mean. Like when they were talking about when we were first heading out here. No, it was like a near Sinnoh kind of a thing, not an in Sinnoh thing. But still. Yeah. I guess it doesn't matter. But it is apparently named after the Kitakami Mountains, which is a region part of the Tohoku, region of northern Japan. Anyways, moving on. Ooh, shaved ice. There's something I haven't had in a while. Flour ice cream. Or flour ice cream cone. What? What, Kieran? Oh god, I lost him. Where is he? No! He's gone! There he is. Excuse me, 2 candy apples, please. You got it! Here, Runner, you can have one. You sure? Grandma gave me some pocket money, so it's no big deal. Kid, I got hundreds of thousands of dollars. Let me cover it. I love candy apples. You don't get to eat them every day, you know. Grandma always just makes us mochi as a snack. Even a Pokemon in Kitakami that looks like a candy apple. Do you know that? Yeah, I got 3 of them. Hey, let's check that out over there. I know. You could do this DLC really early so they don't act like we finished Paldea already. I get it. I'm not going to ding it for that, don't worry. Now, if they pull this crap in the second DLC, we'll have some problems. What is this? Step right up for a game of Ogre Ousted. Sure. Aw, it's on the house. I did one just now. It was pretty easy. For me, that is. Score was 6,390. Okay. What you got? Okay. Pop balloons, get berries. Deliver berries, incorrect thing. Greedy Pokemon exist. Use R to scare them. Okay. Actually, yes, Morganite. And then a bus. It's okay, we can still teleport here with our Pokemon. Because of course we can. We just talked about that, Morganite. They don't actually say exactly where it is, but this is clearly supposed to be somewhere around China and or Japan, based on architectural style, etc. They do mention Sinnoh when they first head out here. It's okay, it's just funny because literally it was the last thing we talked about. Oops. Those poor Pokemon. We got a bunch of Mochi, which I don't know what those are, actually. And some mushrooms. I know what Mochi is in real life. I don't know what Mochi is in the game. Exp Charm? What? Having one of these charms increases the XP your Pokemon gain. Is that a key item? Did I just, like, straight up double the experience I'm going to get for the rest of the game? Now? Now that I finished the Pokedex? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? God damn it. I hate losing. I want to have another go to get even, but I'm all out of pocket money. Kiki, you go and beat Runner for me. No. What's that? You're taking the side of an outsider over your own sister? That makes me so annoyed. I think I'm going to black... Nope, 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 nope. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. So, what are you trying to tell me? I'm coming, I'm coming. Yes, that is true. What? Drifloon? Just level it. Ugh. Bulbapedia says it does not apply to candies. Oh, okay. Well, that's not as bad then. I was gonna be mad. Sorry, she's causing such a scene. Don't worry, I'll deal with her. Why don't you go wander a bit? Okay. Master Ball. Hawk has been fine, although we ran out of wet food. So every time I go out, he comes up to me and is like, food? Food? And I'm like, I don't have any wet food. And he's like, food? Because I'm apparently the food human now. Wait, no. Hang on. What's up? Yes, I can tell you're a Pokemon. I'm not an idiot. A mysterious child is staring at you from behind their mask. You enjoying the festival? Hang around and listen to this. It's nuts. Yeah, what's up? Kiki's no use at all. Zero talent for ousting ogres. I'm telling you. Hey, who was that? A Pokemon. I am not stupid, game. Come on, you did this right with Clivel. Did you mean Clivel? No, I mean Clivel. Wait, you shouldn't run off on your own. Why? I'm the most powerful thing in this entire island. Oh, its face. It's, oh my god, it's so cute. You should come back. The mountain's dangerous at night. Is it ghost type? Tell me it's ghost type. No, of course it's not. Damn you! Self-imposed challenges! Who was that? Where'd that kid come from? I don't think it's a kid. Yeah, thank you, game. What are you talking about? Wait, do you mean... The kid we just saw. They run off towards the mountain. Could that have been the ogre from the stories? Are you saying the story was true? I mean, they did drop a mask. They really must be... Where's our sis? What are you guys doing here? Oh, we just bumped into the ogre. Hey, wait, stop. What? Why are you yelling all of a sudden, sis? It's nothing. It's nothing you'd be interested in at all, I swear. Huh. Oh, I get it. I bet you're making fun of me behind my back. I was gonna head back to the festival. At least didn't figure out what we were really talking about. Don't scare me like that, blabbing for the whole world to see. Don't you have any filter? See, Kiki likes the ogre. Like, really, really, really likes it. So if you found out we'd seen it without him, I guess he'd feel really bad, you know? Feel like left out or something. Am I overthinking it? Besides, I don't want him running up the mountain to follow the ogre at this hour either. In any case, we already lied about it. That's that. Let's keep this whole thing our secret, huh? Maybe hold off and show Kiki the mask you picked up? Yeah, I'm going up the mountain to catch that poor Pokemon. Because I have got a 5-star spa, okay? Like, you do not know. You do not understand how great this spa is. Oh, come on! Let me go to the Pokemon! But I... Spa! Okay, for real, why do I have no choice but to lie about this? Why is this the direction we're taking this? Again, I'm willing to accept that I'm not a death machine right now, because in lore, we could have come here earlier. I get that. But come on! Do I have to lie to the kid about this whole thing? I've got a level 34. I can play pretend. Ignore my level hundreds. You know what? Actually, hang on. Do I have any candies left? Oh, I do. I have 10 extra larges. Let's give one of these to Chillpangoin. Let's give several of these to Chillpangoin. Let's go ahead and grab Quash. Get rid of Quash. Let's get him into like the 60s, because everything has been level 60. Zen Headbutt. That's Psychic, right? Yep, Psychic Physical. And, oh wow, our attack isn't actually all that great. None of our stats are that great. But, let's get rid of Furious Vibes. Oh man, I love lying to people. Especially when I don't have a choice but to do so. Shadow Ball. Shadow Claw is arguably better despite him having a lower power, just because that special attack. I was going to keep Knockoff. Yeah, I'm keeping Claw. I wanted a Dark type. I mean, he's a freaking Dark type. I should have some Dark moves, right? That was actually the main benefit of this, is I finally have a Dark Pokemon. Eh. Cal plays the buff, right? Yeah. No. Higher the target's attack. Ooh, yeah, let's grab that. That's true, Bledgevall. That is such a great feature. And 2 more should push you to the 60s. Yeah, that's close enough. Alright, Chill Penguin. Get up to the front there. This festival's so much fun, and absolutely nothing weird happened, right? Right. Yeah. Where's Kieran? Hey, Kieran, I found the ogre. Kieran, we need to talk right now. Where are you? Kieran, I found the ogre. I found the ogre. Kieran, I found the ogre. Enough of the festival? Yeah, but I found the ogre. Well, I guess we should head home. Or we can head out to see the ogre. Next, seriously, you're just gonna and then a day passed on me? I'm sorry. Okay. I try not to comment on the relative sexability of characters unless it's something that's a negative. What is she wearing? Like, she's just, like, it's not me, right? She looks like she's wearing something that's at least a size too small for her. In all of her body, like her legs and her chest, right? That's not just me. Right? There you are, Runner. Just because we didn't agree to meet doesn't mean you can't get to keep me waiting. What? So, you see, I want to talk to you for a bit. Or what? You haven't told anyone what happened, right? You better not be lying. If I found out you blabbed, I'm going to make you swallow a coughing whole. I mean, the coat I'm wearing is pretty close to that, so yeah, probably Morganite. My grandpa knows a lot about the village's history. We should go talk to him about what happened yesterday. Okay. You know where my house is, right? Yeah, okay. I only have the green one, though. We did, Arspruce. I'm sorry to bring it up again. Let's get some real shoes going on here. Get some gloves going on. Get a real backpack going. There we go. When did I get the ball guy case? Oh god, am I out of water? Okay, I have a little water left. Oh, here we go. Where's my... Where do I change my hair? Let me ask a more relevant question. Can I change my hair here, or do I have to go to the other country to change my hair? Is there like a city around here? Doesn't look like there is. This is like super rural. Because like, there's this tiny, tiny town. And then there's like the apple orchard. And then there's wilds. Just wilds. Yeah, Japan does not allow haircuts. That's the only town. Okay. Well, this hair sucks, so... Hang on, I'm gonna get on a plane to go to another country so I can change my hair really quick. One haircut, please. Oh, that's not bad for the new stuff. That's not terrible. That's horrifying, but cool. If I was female, I'd probably go with this. Or this. We'll do this. Any new colors? Nope. I can go with violet. No. White. White is the only way. As with most things in life, it reminds me of an awkward zombie comic. In Metal Gear Solid 5, you teleport back to base to do several things. But in lore, like, you summon a helicopter, which flies all the way out to wherever you're at, and then flies all the way back to your base. It's not a small trip, and it's a very expensive trip. So think about how funny that gets at a certain point. Alright, what do we got? Anything new? Ear flaps. Okay. Anything other than ear flaps? No. What about here? Any new glasses? Those look really weird. I should totally get one. What do you think? Ow, as if. We need to be as dumb looking as possible. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we're styling. Exactly, Lord Aramon. I'm sorry. Could you please remind me, Saber for Wife? Graveyard... Oh, Grievered. Excuse me. Beanies. Right. Okay, so... I started answering that in my head, and then I stalled. So, hang on. Oh, wow, they sell ability capsules here. For 100 freaking thousand. Is also where we buy mints, apparently. And vitamins. Okay, so least favorite Pokedex entry. Honestly, pretty much any of the ghost ones comes to mind immediately. They're the remains of horrible children who died screaming, while bloody, bloody death, bloody gore, death, bloody. Like, not a fan. And they're all the same. They all do that. It's just, yeah, no. I kind of like this backpack. Let's go and switch to it. But for a favorite Pokédex entry, yeah, if a Gungar is already haunting you, it is already too late. Like, give me a second. Let me hit this up really quick. I didn't see an Eevee backpack, sorry. We cannot be like Penny. Oh, you're back in the party, by the way, Evo. Alright, so back over here. Hang on. So yeah, like, if I pull up... Yeah, Gengar's a good example. But, like, let's do, Drifloon, right? It is whispered that any child who mistakes Drifloon for a balloon and holds onto it could wind up missing. Let's see here. If for some reason its body bursts, its soul spills out with a screaming sound. Its round body is stuffed with souls and expands each time it leads someone away. Stories go that it grabs the hands of small children and grabs them into the afterlife. It dislikes heavy children. Some whispers are that Drifloon are formed from the reincarnated human souls, but these rumors are yet unconfirmed. Yeah, whatever. But, like, for an actual favorite, it's got to be one of the ridiculous ones, because they're all ridiculous, right? Like the one about how the Dragonite can circle the world in, like, a minute or whatever. Hang on. Dragonite here. Here it is. It can circle the globe in 16 hours. That was it. Which is insanely fast. People have already done the math on that. Yeah, hang on. Here we go. Magcargo's body temperature is approximately 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Water is vaporized on contact. If this Pokemon is caught in the rain, the raindrops instantly turn to steam, cloaking the area in a thick fog. Like, they're all stupid, right? But the point is, like, which one's enjoyable? Yeah, that's the one, Ross. But I actually did like one, and I noticed this in Pokemon Violet. Here it is, Trevenant, right? The Pokemon Violet entry for Trevenant actually got a smile out of me, no joke. And it was, Trevenant is very kind to Pokemon living in the forest. It doesn't even care if the Pokemon take up residence in the greenery on its head. In contrast, its X and Y entry says, it can control trees at will. It will trap people who harm the forest so they can never leave. And it's pre-evolution. This Pokemon came to be when the spirit of a deceased child possessed a tree stump. It now wanders the forest searching for friends. Oh yeah, that reminds me of another one. It's another stupid one. Houndoom. Hang on. If you are burned by the flames that Houndoom shoots from its mouth, the pain will never go away. Or, the flames it breathes contain, when angry, contain toxins. If they cause a burn, it will hurt forever. Yeah, Pokedex entries are ridiculous. They always have been. All the way back to Gen 1. Oh, we don't talk about the Megas. Let's see, where's the Mega? Hang on. Where's X and Y? Oh, it doesn't say it here, does it? Here it is, here it is. Its red claws and the tip of its tail are melting from high internal temperatures that are painful to Houndoom itself. Yeah, let's look up Snubbull. Small Pokemon flee from its scary face. However, it is considered by women to be cute. Snubbull's ugly, by the way. Let's just get that out there. Yeah, specifically by women. Yeah, most of the what's the Sharpedo? That's a Sharpedo. Mega Sharpedos. Check this out. Let me see if I can find it. The yellow patterns it bears are old scars. The energy from Mega Evolution runs through them, causing it sharp pain and suffering. The spines sprouting from its head are transformed fangs. If they're injured or broken off, the spines will regenerate countless times. What's another Mega? Help me out. Because all the Megas are like this. Like, they're ridiculous. Lucario. It readies itself to face its enemies by focusing its mental energies. Its fighting style can be summarized in a single word. Heartless. Governed only by its combative instincts, it strikes enemies without mercy. Oh yeah, the cancer one, which is one of the poison ones, I want to say. Absol? Hang on a sec. When this Pokemon whips its wing-like fur on its back through the beating its wings, it sends an intimidating aura flying at opponents. As the energy of Mega Evolution fills it, its fur bristles. What you see on its back are not true wings, and this Pokemon is not able to fly. Normally it dislikes flying, so it really hates changing to this form for battles. It converts the energy from Mega Evolution into an intimidating aura. Faint-hearted people expire from shock simply from looking at it. Let's see Altaria. For some reason. It looks like that's a ZA only. Hang on. Spoink is ridiculous, though, but yes. It blends in with seaweed to ambush its prey and takes them down with a poisonous liquid strong enough to melt metal. It spits a liquid that causes the regenerative power of cells to run wild. The liquid is a deadly poison to everything other than itself. Yeah, cancer. It causes cancer. Spoink bounces around on its tail. The shock of the bouncing makes its heart pump. As a result, this Pokemon cannot afford to stop bouncing. If it stops, its heart will stop. It's all good, I just didn't read it, Sub-Zero. Yeah, Pokedex entries are always myth, right? They always have been. I don't think it's ever been officially confirmed, but let's be clear, it always has been. The big debate amongst a lot of the fans for the longest time was whether or not it was written by the kids, who are usually out gathering the things, or if it was more like, you know, folk tales that predated the Pokedex. We can also do some mix and matching since there's so many different Pokédex entries over the generations. Good morning. Hi, Kieran. He's awake, huh? Want to go see the last signboard? Kiki, go find someone else, someplace else to be. You just got business with me. Seriously? He's spending all his time with you. That's so unfair. You can be such a jerk. What'd you just call me? Humph. What's his deal? Kiki should know better than to talk back to me like that. That's enough, Carmine. Be kind to your younger brother. I was being kind. It's not like I hit him or anything. Wow! That's your definition of being kind is not causing bodily harm? Anyway, we got more important things to discuss anyway. Come on, show the grandpa the thing. You mean Miraidon's Pokeball? And this is... Oh, not that. The thing we found yesterday. Oh, right. You must mean... The mythical Pecha Berry. Did I ever use that? Oh, if I had... Can I show him the diploma? Oh, looks like I can't. Damn. The mustard. Oh, what the... That was... It went straight to the teal mask. That's weird. This mask, it belongs to that poor ogre. Where did you find this? We bumped into it. The ogre, I mean. Yesterday at the Festival of Masks. I tried talking to him all nights and everything, but he dropped the mask and, yeah. I would never thought the ogre would still be gracing our festival with its presence. What do you mean still? I thought the ogre was a scoundrel that attacked the village. Suppose it's time I told you. The legend of Ogre. See, the truth is, it's the other way around. What do you mean? You should hear this too, Runner. You also met the poor ogre, or Ogerpon, as it's rightly named. Let me tell you the true story. Eons ago. 10,000 million billion trillion. Quadrillion years ago. It was a Tuesday like any other. I got out my cell phone. This story has been passed down in my family for word of mouth. I learned it from my father. We don't believe in writing things down. It's a story of truths, a story that must never be told to the rest of the village. You must never speak of it to others. Okay. Yeah, question. Where's your kids? You know, your grandkids' parents. Long time ago, a man and an ogre came to Kitakami from a foreign land. The people of the village feared the man and the ogre, who looked so different from them. So they were Japanese. And so they refused to let the travelers come anywhere near the village. The man and the ogre were saddened that the villagers did not welcome them. They were happy to just have each other. They settled quietly in a cave on the mountain. There was only one villager who pitied the two travelers, the village mask maker. He made several masks for the man and the ogre. The masks were brilliant works, adorned with gems the man brought from somewhere far away. By wearing these masks, the travelers could hide their true faces and mingle with the villagers. Because that's how anything works. The man and the ogre were overjoyed. They thanked the mask maker for his kindness. Wearing the masks, the man and the ogre started secretly joining the village festival. The mysterious pair soon became talk of the village because of their brilliant masks. In fact, rumors about them quickly spread far and wide, even to distant lands. But rumors of the exquisite shining masks attract more than just innocent curiosity. A group of greedy Pokemon soon made their way to the land of Kitakami. These Pokemon sneaked into the cave in which the man and the ogre lived. tried to make off with the masks, which were carefully stored away. The man happened to be there. He managed to hold on to one of the masks. But he was not strong enough to protect them all. The Pokemon stole the other 3 masks. Several hours later, when the ogre returned to the cave, it found its beloved home in ruin. All that was left were the signs of a struggle and a teal mask. The ogre donned the mask and went down to the village, perhaps to search for its friend. It found the greedy Pokemon there, gloating over their stolen masks, and defeated them. The villagers, of course, had no idea what was happening or why. All they saw was the raging ogre, and they felt great fear. Villagers thought the 3 Pokemon had fallen trying to protect the village from the ogre. To honor their sacrifice, the villagers named them the Loyal 3 and interred them with care. Wounded and weak, the ogre returned to its cave, alone and with great sadness. Are we just skipping over the fact that the dude died in that story? Don't think I didn't notice that. That's terrible. Pokemon didn't deserve that. And Loyal 3, they're the worst. The story everyone's been told is complete opposite truth. They've got to hear about this. Yeah, by the way, that's 2 people who were killed by a Pokemon in this game. That's... wow. Help yourself, Carmen. I already told you to keep it to yourself. Grandpa, villagers believe their own version of history. They revere the Loyal 3. How would they react to being told they've got it all wrong? They'd probably get angry? Exactly. Back when this all first occurred, the mask maker, that is to say our ancestor, tried desperately to tell the truth of the matter. Nobody would take him seriously. He was persecuted as a heretic. Oh, that really gets my blood boiling. In the end, the mask maker chose to protect his descendants, us, by keeping his mouth shut. However, he kept the truth alive, passed down from generation to generation as a family secret. Kiki doesn't know the whole story yet, does he? He shouldn't, no. I've certainly never spoken to him about it. Why do you ask? I don't know, he just really seemed to like the ogre. He's practically obsessed. He's been trying to one-up me, as if he knows more about Ogerpon than I do. Well, I can't say what's going on with the boy, but he always was a sensitive child. Wouldn't surprise me if he's intuited the truth. I promise to tell Kieran the whole story when the time is right. Until then, do not breathe a word of this to anybody. Don't worry. My glasses will deflect the truth off of... I look so stupid. No, I really can't tell Kiki when I met the ogre. About that mask you showed me. I noticed the jewel on its forehead was chipped. Would you mind leaving the mask with me for a while? Oh, maybe it chipped when I fell down the stairs. Since Grandpa's offering, let's get it all fixed up before we give it back to Ogerpon. No, we must never tell the truth! Don't you worry, I'll be sure to take good care of this. And then he destroys it! The truth must never be revealed. That bush sticking through the wall should never be. God damn it! So about that negative to story. I want to see Ogerpon again, but getting its masks fixed will have to come first. For now, we should carry on with the orienteering before Kiki gets suspicious. I bet we'll find Kiki just killing time somewhere in town. Yeah. Yeah. Why? Like, okay, I'm sorry. This kind of Cassandra truth thing always irritates me, but a Cassandra truth can be used to good effect. Any narrative trope can be used to good effect. Even tropes I don't care for personally. But there's, like, no reason to do this. Yeah, this is what we have a term for this. It's called fake drama. It's when something happens for one reason and one reason only. To drive drama. There's no logic or reason or characterization or anything. It's just, hey, listen, Blade Tavall, there's something I have to tell you. And Blade Tavall's like, oh, no! And, like, stabs me immediately. And I'm like, oh! But I just... And I was going to tell Blade Tavall that we should get burritos later. That's it. That's all it was. And there was no reason for any of that to happen. And Blade Tavall's going to go on an epic quest to avenge me against himself. He's going to make up this whole story about how Ross secretly is the one who killed me. And then Ross, it turns out, actually hates burritos, like, this whole time. Like, it's dumb! It's dumb! That's the worst analogy I've ever come up with. And you know what? I don't even care because it's dumb. How could you, Ross? How could you hate burritos? Rice belongs in burritos. It belongs. Okay. Sorry. So let's jot down fake drama because we're already there. It was actual vampires. The vampires did everything. I'm just going to put a writing negative. This is vaguer. The writing of the vanilla game was actually pretty solid, right? There were beats of nuance. There were things that made sense. There was just generally higher quality writing. I don't want to overpraise, but especially for Pokemon, the vanilla game honestly was pretty solid, right? There were interesting plot beats, there were interesting character beats, some of the world building made more sense than usual. Like, there was some good stuff there. And then there's this. This feels thrown together in an afternoon. Yeah, exactly, Mook. This is just weird. Yeah, it was also funny and charming, in addition to everything else. And had a fantastic outro. Hash browns and burrito? Can you do that? Is that a thing? Hang on. Google. Hash browns in burritos. Oh my god, that looks so good. Oh my god, that looks good. What? That shit. Hang on. Hold up. Of course it's a web P. You think making a web P is going to stop me? Do you think I can't? Nothing could stop me. Boom. Check that out. Hash browns. And what is all this? Hang on, let's pull up the recipe. What do we got in this? Hash browns, avocados, bacon, cheddar, and then, like, eggs. Oh, I want it. I want it right now. And that's a perfect time to cut off for lunch.